Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Copa America They Overwatch 2025, featuring some North America, Central America, and Caribbean teams. My name is Joker. I am here with our resident EU lad, Spectrion. Cass, Spectrion, how are you?
I'm doing good. I mean, you haven't cast Overwatch in a hot second. I haven't cast NA, and I mean, America's really ever. At least not for the past, 6 months or so. So between the two of us, we'll be able to put something together. I'm really looking forward to this. This is such a fantastic project. So, I mean, for all involved parties, XYABA, Senju, and, plenty of other voices, I'm sure. I'm putting this together. Such a huge achievement already. And now we get to reap the fruit of your labors in a pretty simple tournament day. 6 teams, I believe. Double Elam, all going to be finishing on the Sunday. I've got to say, this is going to be pretty fun.
Yeah, it should be really great. Really fun stuff. Obviously, an iteration of the Copa America, as we had one earlier on this year. This year or was it last year? I don't really remember.
I believe last year, but
last year. This year. It was in May. Yeah, the South America one was in May. And then they also had a Pan America one with other teams earlier on. But this is the Copa America back again. Obviously now with North America teams involved. No South American teams this time, but we do have a lineup for you here. We've got Canada, Costa Rica, Mexico, Nicaragua, Puerto Rico, and the United States.
Pretty good selection from across the multiple continents. This is a pretty ambitious project, and some of the teams that have been able to be put together are very strong. Now, spoiler here, from the word on the street, and by word on the street I mean my corn emoji, the best team on paper at least likely to be Canada. However, how likely that is to pan out in the action matches, we'll have to wait and see, right? I mean, I feel like we are in a pretty upset heavy meta, being very mechanical, right? Lots of Tracer, Genji, Wu Yang as well, where at the end of the day, if you're shooting good on the day, you can beat just about everybody. So macro is still very important, but I do think there's a little bit more unpredictability in the air here than there otherwise would be.
Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting, right? I'm quite excited for our first two matches today. We've got United States versus Puerto Rico, and then Canada versus Costa Rica at 9. And then two other people will be getting on the mic. Hunter Tane and Dexatron will be there for the Nicaragua versus the winner of the Canada versus Costa Rica game, and then the Mexico versus the winner of our first game, USA versus Puerto Rico.
Indeed. I mean, I don't know, all these games are super, super exciting. We admit we actually don't know exactly how the seeding's been figured out, but I think if you're Mexico, you'll absolutely take it. I mean, a strong enough performance in the OW World Cup qualifiers so long ago, and they're looking to repeat that performance and one up it here with some of the players who were here previously. Take a look at the bracket in a more overall scene, so you can see exactly how it's going to work out. 4 rounds of play, going to have those losers finals, that losers round 3, as well as overall grand finals on the Sunday. Obviously today going to be the 4 round 1 and round 2 matchups, and that means the remaining matchups will be played on the Saturday. So 3 days of Overwatch. I mean, for me, my nights, for you, your evenings are going to be absolutely jam-packed if you choose to follow this incredible saga all the way through to the end. So I think you're going to be more than set for Overwatch entertainment heading into this weekend.
Yeah, and so obviously, to get through everything as quickly as possible, so we're not delaying everything, trying to get best of 5 for everything. These first 4 games overall are going to be a best of 3, first to 2 here to get things started away. So that's one thing. Everything else after that, until the grand finals, is going to be a best of 5. So it should be fun. Should be nice to see. We're still just waiting to get into the lobby. Obviously, everything being ran by Faceit, I believe, or at least the the tournament itself is getting done by Faceit. So we got to wait for that to start.
Indeed. I mean, as you mentioned on Faceit, so what that does mean, or one way the tournament's been set up at the very least, is there going to be no hero bans. So it's going to work rather effectively with the best of 3 format. So unlike what we might have been seeing in Faceit Master League, OWCS, and CGL, to name but a couple tournaments, then no bans whatsoever. So we're playing back like we did in 2016, in some manner of speaking, right? Where whatever you have available to you, that's available to you 24/7. And with maps being selected before the series started, I believe, all the way through to the end, what that also means is that in terms of comebacks, you don't have any advantage if you lose a map, really, right? You don't have map choice and you don't have first ban. Getting off on the right foot is going to be more important than ever today.
Yeah, definitely. As we've got 7 more minutes, we do have a look at what currently looks like the starting lineups, right? Oh, yeah, we can use, you know what? That's a great idea. Let's just look at the rosters today. Chain, the only tank player for USA. A Duck on Quack, Temp, Square Bread, or Poncaire. Cashier on DPS. With support Social, How's Your Day, Solo Zen, and Ducio. Then the staff there is Savvy, LA Smurf, Legola, and Vamp Rage.
Yeah, I mean, some really strong players. The ones who were highlighted to me were Chain, Temp, Social as the main 3 we're looking for really high value for. I believe rounding out that starting lineup is Cashier and Solo Zen, but don't sue me. Don't take my word as gospel just yet, because things still being decided, right? The only time we'll know our starting lineup for sure is when the Faceit lobby is set up. The other side, by the way, I believe, going to be Puerto Rico, Arizona, someone I'm going to be a little bit more familiar with after a relatively short stint on 0907 in EMEA. Talisman, I believe, also winning Face It Master Division the previous year with Dreamlight, if I'm not much mistaken.
Yeah, other than that, Judge and One Hook on the tank roll, Coconut and Gabo on the DPS line. Rounding out supports are Light Wolf, Keo, and Smacks, and there's Savvy yet again in the staff role with Louis, Yggdra, and Brick.
Indeed. Nice to see people getting involved from multiple teams here, just really showing their passion for the Americas region. I'd say something about my passion for the Americas region, but again, I'm British, as you might be able to tell. And so I'm just here to enjoy the fireworks. I think in terms of the emotional connection, maybe the other casts around here are going to be a smidge better. I'm just really looking forward to seeing some strong Overwatch. And of course, international competition, somewhat of a lost art since OW World Cup, rather, has stopped being as frequent as previously it once was.
Well, I think that is gonna change. I think the Olympics, like the actual Olympic committee's doing things with with esports. So I think that starts next year. So we'll have to see how that works out. Don't really know much about it. But other than that, so until then, this is what you got, and it should still be really fun, right? I'm really excited to see some names. Obviously, know pretty much everyone from the USA roster. But like we were saying, Puerto Rico is a little bit more of those unknowns. Talisman's a person we know, or Asona is someone we know as well. Other than that, right? It's not too many people that we know, and I'm excited to see if they can make a name for themselves tonight.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be one of the big benefits of this tournament. You know, there's a good amount of eyes on it. And so players, maybe plot from ranked or from relatively, comparatively, low elo face it teams can really get their name out there and compete with some of the bigger competitors in the Overwatch scene of the Americas. So hopefully these players do make the most of this opportunity and can find a good time more than anything else, Okay, just been sent a document with our very, very official ratings of the players, and we are very scared of Razor by the looks of things. So see if Razor ends up materializing today. As while they do have 3 DPS players, do Canada, you feel like you want to start with your strongest.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, a couple of the Dilducks players on Canada there. Obviously, that is the Canadian team in OWCS, even though they don't really try. It'd be really interesting to see if they actually scrimmed one of and actually tried in their games instead of just doing whatever. So hopefully we'll get to see some good plays from Red X, Razor, and Victory. But I mean, obviously that Canada roster has some great names as well, and we'll be able to check them out after this game. So hey, we'll be able to get to see them, see what they're doing, and how they're playing. Other than that, I mean, they're just counting down the minutes. Still got 2 more minutes to go here, Spectrion. I mean, goodness gracious, what do we have to talk about now?
Obviously, it's got me thinking about what a similar tournament would look like for EMEA, being my region. I'm biased. What can I say? I know I've put a lot of thought into what the UK team would be, because you could make a proper strong roster with that. Something like Backbone, Takuno, Alba could deal some damage. For sure. Obviously, you've got Kai. It's been around since donkey's years, realistically. You've got some options for tank, someone like Booga, someone like Nevix. It's Tread, probably your best shout, right after some pretty strong wins in WCS recently. I don't know. I feel like whilst we might not be at the exact kind of time where the Team UK could beat Team USA, as we remember from the 2019 World Cup, it absolutely would be a team that could make it to the kind of the top 6 type of division. Maybe that's my national pride talking, but opinions out there.
What about Team Montenegro?
Unfortunately, Horrocks hasn't figured out how to clone himself. So, listen, 5 Horroxes, they sweep the tournament. Korea are not taking a point off of that. But, in terms of other players from Montenegro, not many people jump to mind. I'll put it that way.
It's like the Estonia team, right? 3 people.
Admiral's a good shout, though.
Yeah.
Admiral's a very good shout. You could be like Admiral, Tomex. It's not a bad backline. I feel like you're kind of worried about the DPS though when we're thinking about Estonia.
We'll figure it out. 15 more seconds until the match is ready to go. Here, Isaac, Spectrion, Bailey, and then we'll see what the starting lineups are going to be looking like today, and then from there, we'll see what the maps are first, and then we'll see the starting lineups. Either way, either or, we're about to get some more information to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, what I can talk about is the fact that, if we see Talisman play, it'll be a rematch versus 3 members of the Elements of Harmony team that won Face It Masters the previous season. So a rematch happening here. Talisman going to be wanting revenge on those 3 players. For information, by the way, that would be... I'm taking the team sheets real quick. That's going to be Chain, Temp, and Social. So... it's kind of Talisman versus Chain, Temp, and Social. Maybe not in terms of the raw gameplay, but in terms of the narrative. Keep that one in your noggin, folks, because it really could inform, these players' mental. It's quite nice to have a chance to get revenge, but if it ends up slipping away from you, it can feel more frustrating than not. So maybe that does affect Talisman's performance here, for the better or for the worse.
Well, it looks like we're in the midst of picking maps here. Nepal was banned out, so we've got Busan or Oasis coming at you. We'll figure that out in about maybe 1 minute. Let's see here as it's USA picking the first map, picking control, picking where we're going to start us off.
Indeed. See where they elect to take it first for control. I mean, at the end of the day, it's control. It's not the end of the world by any means, no matter which map you go to. And so I feel like what we're expecting to see here is going to be something standard, like a Lijiang. If they don't have want to play something particularly brawly, if they do, then your options more Antarctic, Oasis, maybe Samoa at a bit of a stretch. I feel like, whilst I like control, it's not a map type that has a lot of variety.
Yeah, you're right. 100% right. I mean, obviously that is just kind of the whole point of control, though, right? I feel like it is just the bog standard team deathmatch type of map, right? And well, it looks like we do have that map coming at you. We will wait for the graphic to update. Yes, it is going to be Oasis to start us off tonight.
Indeed, Oasis, a smidgen more brawly, more pokey than the other control maps. You'll kind of notice this especially on University, to a lesser extent on Gardens. You typically see a bit more poke, a bit more dive setups on City Center. So hit scan a little bit more important there. Tanks in general can find a little bit more value on this map compared to an Oasis. Not an Oasis, sorry. An Ilios, where it's just your traitor player gets to run the map, lobby admin. So it does kind of show that they, as in Team USA, are looking to play a little bit more for their overall macro for their tank line. Obviously, next pick going to be Escort, which has a bit more variety to it.
Yeah, we're waiting to see here. USA banning the map for us today, or for this map now. And then we will go from there. Obviously, Route 66 Shambali, Watchpoint, Gibraltar are in the pool. We'll see what one we are going to be seeing, though, today, right? And well, it's not going to be Route 66, as that was just banned out by America.
Indeed, Route 66 is a map that, I mean, it's super hit scan focused. Those
It is
super
a
long
map.
sight lines, you get shot like a lot. It's not my favorite in the game, and I think it's not a lot of other teams' favorites, especially if they don't back their hit scan just to essentially 1v5, it feels like at sometimes. So it definitely makes sense. It's not been played a lot in any tournament for a while, and I think that is just because it's a generally uncomfortable pick for a lot of different rosters.
Yeah, right. I mean, it is just kind of it is just an odd style of map. But we are waiting to see where we go. Obviously, I think depending on what Puerto Rico is feeling on that tank line, like you're saying, a lot of things are really good at the moment. Yeah, so obviously, if we're gonna see a watch point of probably gonna be more of a dive than Shambali, it's gonna be either more poker or more of a rush style composition. You'd have to think. It looks like we will be getting the latter of the two. Shambali Monastery is map number 2.
Shambali, obviously, very, very brawly. Often, when we've seen it played in the past, it's basically just been Rams exchanging punches, so one of them drops black and blue. Obviously, with Ramuch being a smidge weaker now, we can't expect that as much, but it's still absolutely a possibility that teams end up playing something like that. Maybe this patch of Zarya or Hazard is more likely, but one can only wait and see. It's a map that definitely shows they want to play towards Brawlcons, and as a push comes through for the decider, feels like it could be a pretty important one, because Ishva's so good for mobile stuff, so good for pokey stuff like Pharah. But if you head towards, for example, a Runa Sappy, which is basically just standard Overwatch, then it ends up being as non-polarized as the map can be.
And it looks like our last one will be the push map of Esperanza. And well, now we've got our stage has been set. Now we have to see what the combatants will be tonight, Spectreon, as they're waiting to pick sides and find out who will be ready to go.
I like how I get Spectreon every time. Normally, after a couple of times, people just fall into Spec, but damn. It feels kind of like my parents are telling me off.
But you told me you don't like being called Spec, so...
I don't remember saying that.
Okay, then I'll start calling you Spec. Yeah?
Okay, you're allowed. Obviously, it's not what it says in my birth certificate. That says Isaac Antoine Bailey, but
Antoine.
That's me. Yeah, bro, he's trying to get Supervillain Chuckle out. He's trying to earn the namesake again.
I could hit one, but I don't... It's too late for that.
It's too late for you?
Yeah,
what about me?
Exactly. And we're not worried about you. We're worried about me. We're talking about me, brother.
That's crazy. We'll let it slide because it is an America's tournament. At the end of the day, it happens. It happens.
All right. It looks like we do have some information now. As looks like we've got our game set and ready to go. It's Ponker, Chain, Solo Zen. How's your day? And Temp, who goes by the in-game name Jinxie, for USA. And then on the side of Puerto Rico, it's Smacks, Coconut, Keo, Gabo, and God Baby. Interesting, Spectreon. What do you think? What do you think of this first map?
I mean, again, my knowledge of these players isn't as high as I would like it to be, so I can't provide all the analysis in the world. We'll get to see it once we're actually in, but again, I do want to reiterate Oasis being generally a more static map. Watch for playing heavy around the corners on University. Anyone trying to stand in the center of the objective is going to have a pretty terrible time. High ground control on City Center, again, hugely pivotal. Lots of teams will play Cassidy just because he finds a little bit more value there comparatively than a Soj, even though actually accessing that high ground a little bit harder for him. And then finally, I would say for the final point of Gardens, again, it's just control of the high ground, so useful. That's why you see teams still play Symmetra, just so you can TP to that kind of central walkway a little bit earlier than your opposition.
The opposition will be quaking in their boots tonight, Spectrum, as we wait for everyone to connect to the lobby and then, well, head into game. See who's going to start off this tournament with a map victory. But still at least got almost 8 minutes until the time to connect to be going. We shouldn't be waiting all 8 minutes. Surely not. Right?
I hope not, but
Surely
stuff
not.
happens. Stuff has been known to happen. Technically, we were scheduled to be in a 5 minutes ago, so if you've been worried about Cast the App, we promise it's not us. There's nothing we hate more in the world than the sounds of our own voice, we promise.
That's so true. I saw a post that said, "Oh, how often do you listen to your broadcast to see what you've done, what you could do better?" And I'm like, never.
My guy is not
wanna-
looked in.
I don't want to hear my voice.
I feel like it's something that you start off and you like really hate it, and as you keep going, it just becomes like normal. You know, it doesn't sound like. I wouldn't say it's like good. Like where you listen to someone else, you're like, oh, that's cool. And you listen to yourself, and you're like, oh, I didn't mess up here. That's kind of how it is for me.
I don't like hearing my voice. I don't know, unless it's a cool call that I made, right? I mean, other than that, I don't like.
So just make all your calls cool.
You know what? Fair enough.
Yeah.
We'll try to have some cool calls tonight. Just for Isaac Spectre and Bailey's entertainment.
Thank you very much. Very kind of you.
Not the rest of Twitch chat. Just Specs.
Just the one Brett in probably the entire stream, realistically.
Well, wait a second. We also have Mag Corn Emoji as.
Yeah, but he lives in NA now, so he's lost his privileges. By the way, shout out all 60 people who have appeared before. Okay. Again, thanks to everybody who's watching already. It's I believe 60 viewers at the current second. I believe by the time the delay is over, there's going to be a smidge more than that. So. We apologize again for the delay. We know you probably wouldn't want to look at us for this long because, I spend this long in the mirror and even I begin to go a little bit loopy. Again, still waiting on the last player to connect. Once we do that, then we will be able to head in and then we will be getting a very, very fast pace. And, we also have an hour scheduled for each of these first two. So don't worry, we're still pretty A-okay for time. This one shouldn't go too late for you guys, relatively speaking.
Yeah, we'll have to see, right? I mean, just waiting for the last person. You know what? How about this? We'll send you a break. We'll be right back right when they connect for you, so you don't have to keep hearing us yap. We'll see you when the person joins the lobby. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. We're getting ready to go right into the game now here as we speak. As finally, They have joined the lobby, and we're ready to go. Starting us off here, again, Oasis is our first map of the evening.
Indeed. I can't lie. When I think of Oasis, firstly, what I think of and what I always think of most is chips of rollouts over the high ground and gardens, and then chips are rolling out off the map.
Chips
What a beautiful time!
The one with like the one map he played in.
He jumps off the map. That's why he's the GOAT. That's why he's the GOAT. Okay, as you can see, Starscon City Center. Remember, this is the map where high ground control is going to be super, super important. Watch out for your hit scan. So Temp going to be on the Freya. The lone hit scan in the lobby right now as they are a little bit weaker at the moment. God Baby on the Bull. Chain on the Zarya USA. Going to have a little bit better brawl.
Hopefully no one is as unlucky as Chipsa is. Unlucky. As Coconut's already down. Punkair with a nice shot with a back smack, taking them down out of the fight already. Solozen is going to get caught out a little bit for the moment, however, but they are going to be able to rotate around with that swift step. Now back in control of the point is USA. They are looking to take down Smacks early on. Super low, going to get healed back up now as God Baby is rolling around, trying to stay alive. They're down below 25% HP. Getting that healing back up, though, as USA is holding the point.
Yeah, I mean, Puerto Rico going for these really long 5-man rotates, but I'm not quite sure that's what the Wrecking Ball comp is really supposed to be doing, rather than playing their own angles and, you know, trying to sync up off the ball slams.
Yeah, we'll have to see if it's going to clean it up a little bit here. They're taking a little too much of time, especially when you lose smacks like that. Temp does go down, though, here in response. So, hey, they're looking good. They're playing well at the moment. They've got an opening for Puerto Rico now, but Gabo down, out for the count here in the backline, though. God Baby trying to take some people in response with a nice slam here as Coconut finds Solo Zen out. This is a perfect opportunity to come back. Coconut's down, but the backline for USA is as well. So now, I mean, hey, but it doesn't look like much is going to happen. USA still in control.
I'd imagine the flip can come through sooner rather than later. Puerto Rico just need to push their advantage. They spot out Chain, but the recall out of Gabo means that their trades can't play nearly as proactively as they'd want.
Yes, Punkair has this opportunity, has this pulse bomb available here. Point does flip over to Puerto Rico now. So this is a good opportunity to accrue some percentage. But now there goes the pulse bomb out. Not going to find anyone, though. Roy calling back into it, trying to stay alive. There is Minefields ready to go. Still Chain waiting for this Graviton Surge. There's the Kitsune Rush now out of the point as well. Still trying to hold it down, holding on to the point up to 20% here for Puerto Rico. Waiting, holding, but Gabo down yet again. Punkair is going to be caught in that small little room, but now they still have to hold it out here. Now the Kitsune Rush out onto the point from Smacks. Sound barrier comes through. Kyo down. And this is looking better and better for the United States to come back in on this point. Smacks now falling. It's just God Baby left, and this should quickly swap over to the USA.
46%, I believe, a little bit more as Gabo ends up being dispatched by, you know, percentage point. Not too bad, but you probably would have wanted a little bit more for your investment in that previous fight, right? The mines and the Kitsu just didn't get enough. The mines mostly ended on the roof. The Kitsu mostly disengaged. USA now looking to use Chain's grab to find, well, basically anybody, right? Because any solo catch is going to be a guaranteed kill.
Now we're going to have to see, right, as they got the Tectonic Shock available from Coconut, but I'm going to still wait. Grab, no, the Nene grab comes through, but it doesn't seem like it's going to matter, though, Spectron. They've already found out Gabo. Bola shot came in from Temp, didn't we able to find any kills, but God Baby now down. Punkair finding that kill. And it looks like they've got everything they need in the end, but hey, Smacks is going to find Punkair out. There's the be out from KO as well. So this is giving an opportunity, some agency to Puerto Rico to take back this point, but they need to find a pick, but they haven't seemed to find one. Just as I say, Solo Zen is down for the count. The point looking to flip back over to Puerto Rico, and it does indeed flip over.
Yeah, great kill coming through from the Kiriko to trade that back, but they still need to live. Gabo hasn't managed that so far. Unfortunately, his soul today don't like his body. Temp helps him free it this time.
As you see, your Punkair does have the Pulse Bomb ready to go. Yeah, again, Kitsune rushing out, come in from solo. Zen onto the point. Very low goes the couple players on Puerto Rico. Not going to be able to find the kill, find that agency as the point. Now flips back over to the USA with God Baby falling out. There's Kitsune out from Smacks, trying to stabilize, trying to hold here for Puerto Rico, but I don't know if it's going to be possible as they've still got to hold on. They've got to find some kills, and it's not looking like that's going to happen. Coconut going down, back to spawn. Everything turning up. The red, white, and blue of the US of A. As Kyo is going to find another, go down yet again as there's a pick coming through, and that should wrap it up. Everything falling down the wayside for Puerto Rico. USA take round number 1.
Relatively competitive here, but I think USA so far are winning off of the back of their mechanics more than anything else. It feels like anytime there's a chaotic fight, it's USA who are the ones coming out on top. In terms of how these fights are actually being taken, I think both teams are taking a pretty laissez-faire kind of approach to it, right? Take a gander at those statistics, and as I mentioned, Gabo kind of struggling, 0-6. Not ideal. I don't want to get the James Bond counter started, but unfortunately, it is necessary. Mostly God Baby and Coconut the ones finding the individual value so far, so get a little bit more out of Gabo, and maybe we get more than 71%. On USA, Chain, yet to die. Punkair, 13-1, but it's Temp leading the lobby with 6,000 damage from that Freya already.
Looking really good, getting a lot of damage going. We'll have to see if it's going to continue here for the side of the US of A. And they've already started it out. Kyo's going to get taken down. Punkair with a follow-up onto Chain's damage. And now, Puerto Rico again on the back foot. Gabo trying to break the 0-6 streak, but haven't been able to find anything quite just yet. Going to rotate around as USA is going to be able to take the first point yet again.
Indeed. Gabo, I mean, we've mentioned before how much they're struggling. Hopefully, it's something that can change as Punkair begins to press forward slightly. I mean, taking care of Chain whatsoever has to be a priority for Puerto Rico. I mean, the Zarya, having her energy never reset, makes it impossible to play, combined with the burst damage of the Freya, and I mean, that happens to God Baby. That's why they're not having as much value as otherwise you might expect.
Is it going to come in yet again? Still rolling on forward. I mean, it's just so hard to deal with this high charge Zarya, right? Like you were talking about. As, well, they are going to try to force it out. Chain's all alone. This is a perfect opportunity to take them down. But Gabo already down for the count. Trying to hold on, but Punkair is holding it down on the ground. 3 kills for the Tracer of USA.
Indeed. I mean, Punkair has been absolutely free so far. Smack's late killed by the Lucio, meaning we're past 50% already. Chain just doing parkour. I don't think there's any way you can even go with this. I think it's just a fiddle. You know, I mean, USA right now, it's hard to describe them as anything other than cruise control, even. They are chilling out, having fun, and very close to taking this first map in dominant fashion.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see right now as there's Kitsune rush yet again as Godbe made the swap over to the Ramatra now as Kyo's down for the count. Everyone falling down yet again from Puerto Rico as Coconut and Smacks try to stay alive, but it's just not going to be in the cards. The grab, oh no. That's just rude from Chain as now they're going to just try to touch the point any way you can, but how's your days there? Take down Kyo, 5% remaining. No one's going to be able to get the touch, I do not think. Spectrum, no, they do not. USA take map number 1 in a clean 2-0 fashion.
I mean, in terms of the percentage points, you know, that point number 1 was technically close. In terms of the eliminations, though, oh no, Gabo 0-9. I've been there. It feels terrible. But, you know, flip side of things, if you're USA, the ability to do that to a player, pretty impressive. And I think we kind of knew heading into this tournament, it was going to be USA, Canada. We kind of expected to be the big dog so far. USA showing that's absolutely the case.
Yeah, looking really good so far, obviously. See here in a second if anything changes, any of the lineups change, maybe we'll get some other people in, anything else like that. either team really, obviously, as that's the opportunity of this today. But we do know where we're going next. It is going to be Shambhala Monastery. So perhaps we'll see some changes coming in from Puerto Rico. And it looks like we are, as I'm currently seeing one hook coming into the lobby.
Again, I don't know a lot about how that's going to change things. As I recall, the second map is going to be a Shambhala. So it ends up being much more focused around the tank line. I did think that generally God Baby was one of the stronger players for Puerto Rico, so it might give them a bit more of a lead. The ball comp, while I think incredibly strong, does somewhat struggle if one of your players just isn't winning their duels. I mean, It's what my own team does, and I'm the one who doesn't win the duels most of the time, so it just feels really painful. And I do get that. So as you swap over to something that's maybe a bit easier to play in the neutral, you can swap over to a May or a Venture or a Reaper and just, hard shoot frontline. Then I think it does become easier, but the USA still, Temp performing the way he is, it's absolutely a threat.
Very, very much so. As looks like we've got the full roster changes now. Temp is out. A Duck on Quack coming in to play for USA. And other than swap from one hook in for Coconut, that's the changes for Puerto Rico.
See how they manifest as we're heading in. Very beautiful map, I will say. Probably one of the best looking in the game. I feel like it's one of the most believable as well. A shame, in my opinion, it kind of plays like doo-doo, but we make do.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so let's see how this is going to work here, as Puerto Rico are going to be getting the start on the attack, as of course one hook has come in and insta-locked Roadhog. Who would have guessed? Who would have thought?
Yeah, I mean, it's Roadhog. Your name is One Hook. That does make sense. This is the pickiest comp of all time. We'll see if they actually stick in it permanently. But one can only wait and see. You'll note the double flex setup on USA. They have pretty insane poke damage, but Chain doesn't have that speed utility. So in any sort of actual ground tank matchup, Chain is going to be at somewhat of a disadvantage because you don't have those easy engage, disengage cycles. Instead, you're just going to be essentially a passive wall of HP and damage for Puerto Rico to attempt to overcome.
Yeah, I mean, Howshaday is going to be bringing in Wu Yang for our fight now, but we'll see how long that's going to stay, how long that's going to change, as One Hook looking to take the high ground away from USA, as they're going to get a nice hook in there. Chain is going to get super low, going to get the healing though, and One Hook is going to fall in the end, and that's going to be Chain wrapping it up with 3, maybe some more here for the USA tank player. 4 kills comes through from the Zarya, and that is going to be that fight done and dusted with.
I mean, the one person you really don't want to be feeding that ult charge towards is Chain, right? I mean, that Graviton Surge is just a guaranteed fight when you have no sound barrier. You don't even have a cage to try and block it off. So unless you Wu Yang bubble a solo Grav, it's still just not finding value. One Hook, walking up, see if one connects.
Gonna see here, not gonna be able to connect to anything quite just yet. Punker, or is it gonna be a Duck on Quack finding Gabo yet again? Just not a good start to this tournament for them, and hopefully they'll be able to turn it around down the line. But right now, it's all USA all the time.
Yeah, seems like it. Pancat continues the trend with a pulse on to God Baby. Apparently, no role to mitigate. And so the hold is going to continue. Half the time, Mank now gone. And a boulder shot, a tidal blast. Puerto Rico need to just drop the Kitsu basically straight onto Chain and hope you can run over with pure firepower.
We'll have to see, right? I mean, it's just going to be so hard. Like you said, USA has so much agency to work with here, and already finding Keo just like that. It's just not what you wanted to see. Now you're going to try to take this back with a fight with down a player, and we'll see One Hook super low, gonna get some healing, but not gonna be able to stay alive. Solo Zen with 2 right there, down to a minute 35.
Traffic's still been entirely one way. The main advantage of that for Puerto Rico is getting most of the big tools out of USA. All you need to worry about now is really just the Graviton Surge, but that is still a pretty large obstacle to overcome.
Yeah, I mean, they've got ultimates now here, dude. Puerto Rico. I mean, they've got that Tidal Blast. They've got the Pulse Bomb, as well as that cage fight coming in. We'll see if they're going to be able to hold it on. No, they take down a duck on Quack, and now One Hook is going to rotate around, get the healing that they need to stay alive, and now look to find another kill. They've got the hook available. Might be able to try to take them down. There's going to be the whole hog coming in here for them at the moment, but not going to be able to find anything yet. Nothing quite just coming in. So now they're still trying to get it going. There's the grab out from USA, and it's going to be a massive one, trying to hold on with the Tidal Blast of their own, but it's just not going to work. All the picks coming through from USA, with Punkera looking to clean it up here, finding out Keo. Down to 25 seconds left, and it's not looking good for Puerto Rico.
They've been able to get some decent distance, but ultimately what they're really looking for is that time bank extension. That looking very far away right now. Somebody has to get overtime started. One assumes Gabo, the best candidate for that. God Baby, a Hansa pick would be beautiful in a time like this, but one of these arrows has to connect. Jane down low already, but not in a position for them to be able to press their advantage.
No, I mean, hey, you find Solo Zen, though. That's a big pick coming in from One Hook, but is it going to be enough? You're still walking into a very charged Zarya right now. They do have this Kitsune Rush on the point. They are going to be able to push it back, and Chain goes down. A big pick from One Hook there. Now they're going to be able to try to hold on. Bullet Shot takes down, smacks everyone super low now with Kitsune Rush, and you might be able to hold on here right at the doorstep of point number 1. A great hold coming in from USA.
I'm really impressed that they were able to turn this. I saw the Zar go down and thought Puerto Rico would be at least making it to the second point for sure. Instead, late invested Kitsune Rush and Bolo Shot both allow them to convert the 4v5, and some great frags coming through from a Duck and Quack allow them to hold just a couple of meters before Puerto Rico got the extra 2.5 minutes. That means that essentially a full hold is going to be required if they want to stay in the upper bracket here, else they'll be consigned to the lowers a little bit earlier than they would have liked. I gotta say, I knew USA would be good, but this is maybe another level of it. It feels like they were dying basically no times at all until we got into the final minute of play.
Yeah, right. I mean, they're looking really good, really comfortable with their gameplay. And I mean, obviously, it helps when a lot of these players play together and face it, like you were talking about. A lot of elements of harmony players here on this USA roster, and it's really showing. Not even just that. I mean, a lot of them have played together even before that.
Indeed, that type of synergy really, I mean, it stays around, you know, no matter how long it goes between you actually, playing those matches. You can just, show up and it's going to feel right, like dropping back into old rhythms. Again, pick-based comp here for USA to start things off. They want to get this over as quickly as possible. That's why they're playing for Widow Shots. That's what they're playing for. I mean, it feels redundant to say, but chain hooks, right?
Yeah, we're going to see here a Duck on Quack in the sight lines looking for an opening. And I mean, goodness, you got the opportunity. I mean, Punkera already, though, making some waves, making some plays with the Symmetra to try to get something open. But God Baby is going to find How's Your Day out early on. But there's the trade. Back and forth goes the Pendulum as Gabo now down. A nice hook comes in here from Chain, taking One Hook down from the high ground and looking to be able to finish him off here. But the healing is there. And in the meanwhile, the rest of Puerto Rico are going to be able to find some picks on to the USA as trades keep coming back and forth. But right now, in the moment, it is the USA in control, or sorry, in the Puerto Rico in control.
because Chain went for this weird 180 and fighting one hook, it gave them enough time to find a connection into Punk, make it into an even number scenario, and eventually get that hold. That being said, there's only really 2 corners around with a minute only on push, so even though it's not the full cup rolling for USA, they're still absolutely in a winning position. Another TP means that Chain can go, we're fishing, and a connection banishes one hook into the Mega Room.
Guys, now we're going to see here it's last fight territory with God Baby finding that shot already down for the count. Chain's going to find another one. Gabo's falling down. 2 more, or less than a couple of meters to go, and Duck on Quack finds Kyo. There's Kitsune Rush to try to wrap it all up like in a bow for the USA. Deadeye coming in from God Baby. They're going to get taken down. It is just 1 hook left on the point. Now they get a touch with Gabo, but it's not going to be for much longer as USA take map number 2 in a 2-0 win over Puerto Rico.
That was commanding. The closest point being realistically the first there on Oasis. And even that, in terms of the KD, as essentially one-way traffic still, right? Even if they were able to, squeak out 71%. And then from that, it only got worse and worse, unfortunately, for Puerto Rico. I mean, it ends up with Chain doing 360s on the Roadhog, and the cart still rolls through with 2 minutes left on the bank. If it were so required, USA absolutely cruise into their next matchup, and for Puerto Rico, lower bracket run, absolutely a possibility, but they are going to have to go back to the drawing board if they want to try and take the pain to USA once more.
Yeah, as obviously we can take a look yet again here now at the bracket, like we were talking about, as obviously USA taking that 2-0 victory over Puerto Rico, booking them a ticket to round number 2 versus Mexico. And then obviously we have, right at the top of the hour, we'll have Costa Rica versus Canada. And then from there, we'll see how that goes. But obviously we have a long time before then, so obviously we'll take a look at the okay, so it's as soon as possible. But we'll take a look at the schedule, and then we'll head to a break, and then we'll come back before the next game starts, right? Well, that sounds like a good plan, right, Spectreon?
It does indeed. It does
right.
indeed. So we can take a gander at that schedule then. As a reminder, next up is going to be Costa Rica versus Canada, as you can see there. Then we'll go through our winners. What, semis, I guess they would be, almost. Nicaragua and Mexico going to be playing their opponents. Yes. Upper bracket semis, yes. Obviously, one of these matches are already locked in with USA getting that dominant win. And also, it's worth remembering as well, we'll be changing over to Hunter and Dexatron after the next game. So, if you're getting tired of our voices, then you could be happy, you can rejoice. And if you're sad about it, well, rewrite the VOD. We'll still be around.
So we will head to that short little break, and then when things are ready to go, we'll bring up back with Canada versus Costa Rica. So stick around. You're not going to want to miss more Copa America right after this.
I like like this. I like this.
Well, we are back and ready to go. The game almost did not happen, but in the 11th hour, Costa Rica, enough people. So now we are getting ready to go in. Maps are getting picked and chosen, and we'll see where we head. Obviously, we're in a matchup between Canada and Costa Rica.
Indeed. I mean, you'll remember from that previous game from the US playing, they were basically an unstoppable juggernaut. Canada, we expect to be on paper maybe even better. So we'll see exactly how this plays out as we, again, take a gander at these players. I mean, multiple really high performance players. Obviously, Razor, Red X, at the very least, have both had stints in OWCS. I believe we expect Razor to be probably the best in the tournament. As far as the information I've been given in terms of other players to focus on, I think I've heard very good things about Graveyard, so looking forward to seeing them. This roster stacked.
Yeah, and notable top 10 hottest Overwatch players according to himself, Red X, is here.
I respect a man who backs himself.
He kept asking where he was on every list. until someone finally put him at number 11. But let's take a look at Costa Rica now here, as it's Monster and Spooky on the tank line. Yodello, D2210, and TTV just Thulu. Yeah, something like that. DPS line, Benji and Wed on the support line with Nil as a staff member.
Yeah, probably the smallest team sheet we've seen so far. So see how this materializes. As obviously there was some consternation of whether they'd be able to field a full 5, but now that is all sorted. We're doing the map drafts now, if I'm not much mistaken. See if we can see where we're up to with that. Oasis going to be the same start. I've already spoken about the ins and outs of it many times. I won't rehash things here, but Watchpoint is an interesting one. Note that map very pivotal around the traitors, who will have a lot of the job of forcing the objective during the long neutrals that these teams want to take. Obviously, dive tanks are a must. Winston's still the best, but Diva, Has, Bull all do have their advantages and disadvantages. And for the final push map, I mean, considering Watchpoint's been picked, one has to assume it's going to be like a Colo and NQS going next, because each Piranha will be playing into the exact same strengths of that previous.
Yeah, as we're waiting to see. All right, I guess we did get the last push map, but I don't see it on our thingy majiggy here. So we'll wait and see what that is going to be. Looks like we do have lineups. Well, not yet, because Finderwraith is in the lineup, and they're definitely not playing. But we'll see what that's going to turn out to be. And then from there, I mean, apparently D2210 wants to be called La Blanca.
La Blanca.
La Blanca.
Okay, sure.
I don't know why your name isn't why your name wouldn't just be La Blanca if you wanted to be called La Blanca.
I feel like one of my pet peeves is people with like hard to pronounce usernames. You know, if you think about Valorant, for example, they got Kang. If you read that, you do not think Kang at all, ever. No?
No.
Like, it just feels like they make it extra difficulties for everybody involved. So, at least as a caster, please, if your username is pronounced how it's, spelt, you're instantly like up a tier in my list. Because occasionally it's not, and that makes me very, very sad.
My thing is, like, the people that have a different name and then they want to be called something else, like, just have your name be that if you want to be called that. Like, confusing. Oh well. So, it looks like the lineups are being finalized again. We've got Seaful, Gorilla, Soulsay, Amadou, and Graveyard in for Canada. And then Benji, Spooky Spanish, WedTube, LeBlanca, and Yodello in for Costa Rica at the moment. Interesting.
It is indeed. Obviously, just waiting on players to join lobby. Hopefully, shouldn't take too long. But then again, last time we said that, it did, and we've already had a bit of a delay here. So hopefully we can stay, to some respects at least, on schedule. Would be very convenient, I think, for all involved parties if that did end up manifesting. But I think we're just hoping for a game that's a little bit closer than that previous. Unfortunately, we weren't able to see too much of a fight out from Puerto Rico. So Costa Rica, hopefully they can do a little bit better. Maybe even get an upset victory. Because, as mentioned many times before, this Canada roster, it's just bloody stacked, right? So any damage you can do against this team is going to be very relevant to the rest of the tournament, as every other team is going to be looking for chinks in their armor.
Yeah, we'll have to see here, waiting for the lineups to, in fact, be finalized, and then we'll get it going. Speaking of Canada, the Toronto Blue Jays are currently in the World Series, Spectrum. Do you know what that is?
Any of these words mean, I'm afraid.
It's the baseball championships. They're losing, though, right now to the LA Dodgers.
That is suboptimal. Generally, I can't recommend losing.
Yeah, losing's not good. Thankfully, it's a best of 7, but I don't really want the Blue Jays to win. So,
the only thing I know about baseball is from watching Moneyball, so.
You want to watch Moneyball? That's a good movie. You want to watch Moneyball after this?
It's 2:30 a.m. We're going to bed after this.
So? You don't have anything to do tomorrow.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't. Don't
Yes,
lie
do.
to it. Don't lie to the people. Don't lie to the people.
I would never lie to the people at home. I would never. Unfortunately, I do have stuff to do.
He's lying to the people at home.
That is messed up. He's besmirching me.
Don't listen to him. All right. We're down to the end of the ticker. It should be the match getting played as the time to connect has now started, and hopefully we will be in quite soon.
We do hope so. It would be pretty neat.
It'd be pretty
Overwatch to cast.
Pretty pog champ, if you will. Yes.
Who's your favorite meta is, Joker?
My favorite meta?
Yeah.
Oh, for casting? I have no idea, man. I like Brawl. Brawl's fun.
Any specific Brawl or
anything with Zarya, because I like playing Zarya.
Fair enough. I do remember Joker's Ransom Zarya.
It's pretty.
Was there for that?
It's pretty elite, they say.
Yeah, I wouldn't go that far. Starting here, City Center once more. Again, hit scan, cool here. High ground, cool here. See if it comes out as hit scan. Obviously, it's been a bit of a slump recently. It's been the day of the flex DPS, which I would be happier about if it was the cool flex DPSs like Echo or like maybe even Sombra. But people just play like Reaper everywhere. It's boring as hell. Anyway, Costa Rica starting on the Hog with the pretty standard setup around it. Tracer Kiri, Lucio, and of course the Soj. Canada on a Bull comp. Seaful. It's going to be basically free to go wherever they want. In terms of the rest of the comp, surely this isn't real. I mean, yeah, Widow Moira is funky as all hell. Gorilla and Anna does give you some great slam cons if you connect an 8. And Solsay's got the follow-up with the Tracer, Mobutu as well. Great spam from the Pharah. So Canada, a really interesting comp, as long as they don't get ruined by the Hulk Hook.
Yeah, as I'm going to see here, already starting it off. Nice hook comes in here from Spooky, but a lot of people are low, and Yodello has to rotate around. Still trying to hold on to it. At the moment, Gorilla come low as Mabutu already down for the... But the trade is there. Yodello goes back out for the count as LeBlanca trying to find some kills, trying to find some damage. But Seaful's going to be the one to stay alive at the moment. It looks like Canada are going to be able to get control of it to start us off here, as they get point control to start this off. Now, I'm going to try to take it back here is Costa Rica, though. So they still have this opportunity, still have numbers on the point, and they could definitely change it quite quickly with a hook coming in, but Spooky not going to be able to land it as the picks keep coming in from Canada.
Yeah, that they do. I think Canada is playing fantastically for their angles, and Costa Rica playing a little bit too much to enable Spooky, who also hasn't found a hook. Oh, OP is bull we've already started off with. But no. I feel like if I am Costa Rica, I'm mostly thinking about letting Spooky do their own thing and playing for your own stuff. They make the swap instantly to the D.Va. They're hoping it's a bit of a harder counter. Does also allow you to play harder for your side fight, so maybe you can get some more of these Tracer 1v1s into the fire, which is, you know, deceptively comfortable.
Yes, now they're going to come into this fight here, you know, looking for an opportunity. Like you said, Spooky made the swap over to the D.Va here. Seaful now on high, looking for a bit of nice anti-nade. Takes down 2 DPS. That push is done, dusted, and over with before it began, as Canada are holding strong.
That they are. I mean, more than half the point percentage already ticked up. And I will say, Mobutu has been finding some pretty awkward first deaths. But equally, it's just so far out of actual fight phase that it doesn't matter. The Pharah is going to be back before there's a proper engage. Gorilla goes down. It is 3v5, but Solse maybe with a nano boost can make something happen.
Yes, now they come into this next engagement here. Seaful's already found WedTube out, and now some more coming in. Yellow down to the count. WedTube still trying to hold it. Mabutu is going to get taken down. LeBlanca finding the pick with the overclock onto them. So they're going to try to hold on to this point. Is looking like a good opportunity for Costa Rica to come back into this. So there's the minefield, though, as LeBlanca down for the count. Solse does fall as well, but it's still looking good for Canada at the moment. Point might get flipped back over, though, to Costa Rica here now, but it's looking better and better for Canada, even though they're going to get off the point, and it's going to flip over to Costa Rica. Spooky finds 3 with the self-destruct now, and that is going to be the Poco Bomb. That's going to be huge.
Costa Rica 2025,
and they're going to be able to hold on to this.
They are 20% on the board for them. Obviously, Canada already at that 99, so see if they can get this perfect defense going. Great start, though, as a Solse already dead.
Yeah, Solse falling down. Benji with a nice opening pick here. We'll see if that can continue for them. As Yodello is going to come in. They're going to take them down and out for the moment. What is that? Now they're going to rotate Seaful back into the control of things. We're going to rotate in, rotate around as Benji's going to get super low. Going to get healed back up, staying alive for the time being. Costa Rica trying to hold on. 50% and counting here now for this Costa Rica squad. We'll see if they can keep going, but there's a D-Mech onto Spooky, and that's going to open up things drastically into the favor of Canada with WedTube now falling down. LeBlanca's going to come back, though. They find 2 of their own, but it's not going to matter. All the picks coming in. Seaful's looking to wrap it up, and they do indeed. Yodello falls. Minefield, no one's going to be able to touch. Canada takes round number 1.
I feel like Yodello is really the magic man of Costa Rica, and when that Tracer player is down, I do think that their chances in the fight significantly decrease. And so when we saw that pick come through in the pre-fight, then I think we kind of figured it was all over, but crying at least on that point. I will say, wasn't expecting that Pokemon whatsoever from Spooky, but, you know, I did find value. You can't disagree with it. And into the Ana, where you don't have escape cooldowns the same way as Kiri does, you can go for that, you know, significantly more, because if there's no Lucio speed, she's kind of has to eat it, you know, sometimes. You know, my personal Poco anecdote being that he was in my rank game the other day on Reaper, tossed his brains out, but that's A-okay. Okay, it seems, if we see any changes, a Doomfist. That's interesting as hell. Yodello also in the Genji.
It's okay. Poco has earned his right to throw your game, Spectre. Is now speaking of that, the hottest Overwatch players ever. Apparently, Poco is 6, I think. But back into this is, I mean, goodness gracious, Canada's already taken control of this quite quickly.
Easy 3-piece for Solsay. I mean, the Doomfist of Spooky got shut down pretty easily. A Sleep Dart from Gorilla and a boot from Graveyard means that the backline dispatched with that threat to them pretty summarily. Basically, no damage dealt and instantly is put back to the Diva.
There's Benji is gonna find Seaful out. Oh,
the hell have you died?
Not good.
Oh no!
Oh, there goes LeBlanca. And now Gorilla is gonna fall though. What is happening in this fight? Why are people dying that shouldn't be dying? As Mabutu is gonna go down. Delo's gonna get stuck, taken out. Solsay with a nice pick. As now it looks like Canada are gonna be able. No, maybe not. Costa Rica are going to be able to get in control. Seaful is going to be back from spawn, though. We're going to be able to rotate around. Costa Rica still has a presence on this point. They could definitely take this in a second here, as a lot of people are low, but so are people on Costa Rica. Point flips over to them now.
Yeah, really good stall happening there from Seaful. Kitsu pops, does give you control of the point, but it's also very kite. But if I'm Canada, I just disengage this.
They come in here now as Mbutsu gets taken down early on. Self-destruct is going to be invested to get back into the mech, and Graveyard falls. No way, Graveyard. Come on, man. And that should not have happened there, as Costa Rica are keeping this hold going.
Yeah, that they are. The late kill onto Solsay. Seaful not able to extricate themselves. Nana boost onto Mobutu means you can duel the Genji and take care of the Dragon Blade purely with the melee. Tanto dealing more than enough DPS to win out that 1v1. And Costa Rica, their defense still does not feel comfortable. The beat's too late.
Beats too late. Spooky mech is gone, and now you have the overclock in here from LeBlanca. So you're going to try to turn the pack, fight back into your favor, but it doesn't look like that's going to be happening. Point it's still in the favor of Costa Rica for the moment. Yodella is going to finally fall down. Point flips back over to Canada.
That it does. Costa Rica have to do their best to extricate their remaining players, and so far that is proving somewhat troublesome. Seems like they are, for now though, safe. Canada have to play for the blade so far. They are relatively skint considering how heavily they're spending. Solsay insta dead. Costa Rica have a chance to find a pretty quick flip here.
Yeah, they definitely do. As they're going to be able to come in. LeBlanca is going to fall, so there's still definitely a chance, but no, Costa Rica is going to be able to take this back, as Mabutu is going to use their Dragon Blade, and they're going to get gapped by Benji. Is now, it looks like, yeah, I mean, Costa Rica are back in control here.
Indeed. Mine's going to be so nice in a scenario like this. A chunky slam obliterates Web Troop. You trade the Tracer for it, but you'll take that trade most days of the week. Mine's on the point, make rotating over it much trickier. Slam boops would have been even larger if it had connected, but still safe for now, and it seems like Costa Rica mostly bled out.
Yeah, it looks like Canada are going to be able to get back in control here, but they've got to be perfect now. Spect is, everything is going up Costa Rica at the moment. Spooky is going to get demeched, though, and taken down up to 85%. Now you lost Mbutsu. This is not what you wanted to see. You have to trade. LeBlanca does go down. Nano boost now in on to Seaful. Gorilla going to try to hold it out. 95%. Here is there going to be a touch? There is indeed going to be one. Maybe not. Maybe? Okay. There is, in fact, a touch, but you've lost Gorilla now, so you've got to be able to hold somehow. Pulse Bomb now going to come in. There's Dragon Blade in from Yodelo, and they've taken one out of the fight. Beat in response. Graveyard has the, or up for the task, but Solsay is now down. They don't have that Pulse Bomb any longer. Point's going to flip back over, and then, you know what? This might just be round number 2 going to Costa Rica. We'll have to see. Overtime still ticking
You know,
away. Touch is going to be there. Mbutu finds the pick on the web tube. Now they've got the picks coming their way as LeBlanca is dead. Minefield on the point. Are they going to be able to hold it out? Benji's falling. It's just Spooky left on the point. They're trying to buy for time, but it's not going to work as this should be the point taken. And Canada takes map number 1.
Dude, that recontest was brutal from Canada. I thought they were cooked. It's like a 3-man beat from Graveyard that doesn't really get much done, but it allows people to survive long enough. Perfect tag onto the point from C4. Then Mobutu dashes on, finds a double kill with the deflect into the melee. And from that on out, just becomes the Nutcracker. Unfortunately, their opponents, the Nut, do get at least another look at their Poker Bomb, but Canada... That's some metal. That's a real sign of quality from them. Not every team can retake like that. And I feel like even if you are USA, you've just got that super dominant win. You've got to be a little bit scared.
Yeah, I don't know if they're what they're doing, man. Maybe we're seeing a little bit of trolling. Oh, right. Redx is at a LAN. That's why he's not here. Silly Redx. What a guy. Going to a LAN instead of playing in the Copa America. Can you believe this guy?
I can't lie. Normally the strat is you go to a LAN and then you go out drinking later because you have to play your tournament matches first. That's what I did. I cast my block. I played my matches and then I went out drinking. As good as
you know, I have in fact done that the last LAN I had casted. To be fair. And then that's when I got to drink with Dante and False and Samito.
Yeah. Well, you know, the last one, maybe you don't need to do.
Hey, he's a fun guy to be around. Yes, Watchpoint Gibraltar is next here, Spectreon casts.
Yes, it is.
So what do you expect to see here from these two teams?
Watchpoint Gibraltar is a map in conversation with the meta. Because basically, you want to play Winston and break everywhere. Unless you suck at that, in which case you want to figure out how you're going to play into that. So, that is kind of what we expect to see. If C4's playing ball, you know, on Oasis, then it is a real choice. It's a real chance, rather. It comes out here as well, but... basically, anytime you're playing this map, you need to make a really strong case while you're deviating from Winston, Anna, Brig, Tracer, and then the hit scan of the week. You know, right now, probably Soj, Freya on these sidelines. Like I mentioned, I believe in the previous game, like Haz, Diva also do have their use cases. But Winston's good. You can just play him.
Winston, good, says Spectreon Cast. Says Isaac Bailey. I agree. I like Winston. But I don't think that's what we're going to be seeing. I think we're going to see some more Wrecking Ball from Seaful. No.
It's the full Diva probably still, no? Like,
yeah,
that's
probably
what we're playing flat map. So once we go vertical, but you can't play the ground tanks, you're just going to see it, you know, amplified.
And we have no changes with players. So we're just running it back with the same 10.
Indeed. See, once we get these comps locked in, are we on Queen? What the hell? I want to say rude words now. I'm gonna censor myself. Queen Reaper Bastion. This has the advantage of ruining the day of anybody who sees it.
What the hell?
Obviously, really good short range damage. Your long standing control isn't bad. Oh, they're casting in the Mega Room. They actually play that, that's fun. If they don't do that, then it's a bit more boring. They're playing on the corner, then Canada will take angles on higher ground and hope to poke somebody out. You don't have a sim to flip. So this is very focused on finding a catch and finding one consistently. This is very tricky, and I'm not sure it's going to be that successful.
Yeah, we'll have to see here. Yeah. We talked about dive being what we're gonna see here on
or Anna, and then if they hit like any direct or any nade, you just win.
mean, was not expecting to see a Junker Queen today, especially on.
What is this? This is so needy.
Oh no, man! They're trying their best. Well, they're up there. Solskjaer's gonna go down first. Hey, look at that! Nice little opening here for Costa Rica as Mbutu takes Yodelo's head off. So that might just be done with. They don't have that frontline damage with that Reaper any longer. But now, I mean, you still have LeBlanca on the on this Bastion, right? So you can still get a lot of damage, but everything's going down for Costa Rica now. LeBlanca is going to take down Graveyard, but it's not going to matter any longer. Solse takes down 2, and that should be that for the first defense.
Really interesting idea. It's something that teams do on a couple other maps more often with a Mei. I seem to remember happening in Overwatch League more than once. But unfortunately, only gets a minute and a quarter or so. Judelo. Fun 1v1 onto Solse, who's forced to back off. Gorilla already dead. Canada maybe forced to reset, and that means Costa Rica, if they want, can just go right back to their Goblin Cave. That being said, the cart would be left alone. That would be suboptimal.
Suboptimal indeed. We'll see how, though, they're going to take this out. They've got Barrage available from Solse as well as that Tidal Blast from Wu Yang. We'll see what's going to be invested first here, and they're going to go in there. So there's the Barrage into the backline with the Tidal Blast. You're going to be able to get some damage going as LeBlanca falls, and Yodella is still going to be able to find a pick. They're going to be able to find Graveyard, and I don't think it's going to be enough to tear the side of this fight, and it looks like maybe not. Yodella finds another one, and there comes in the artillery strikes from but it's not going to matter. They're not going to be able to touch any longer.
Indeed. We're off the Queen. We're off the, I believe the Curie we were on before. Now, now Diva out. We are going much towards something more standard. Benji, I'm assuming only staying on the loop for that sound barrier. Canada making some adaptations of their own. Break now out for Graveyard to allow Gorilla to play a little bit more safe. Right? Bola, Nano, Primal. Canada can go first with the Nano boost, and after that, just win off of ults.
As Mbutu is going to find 2 there already. Another one bites the dust, as that should be enough. Yeah, Canada's already taken that fight.
It's Baby Diva, your Nano boost. You just say you need another ultimate to put him down? Fair enough. A broken is judo. Okay, what are we on here, chat? What are we talking about?
Okay, we're going to go in with a Primal Rage. Okay, gonna try to stop him from touching. Gorilla's gonna be able to take down take down LeBlanca, but other than that, I don't think there's gonna be much more coming for Costa Rica. I mean, they do find Seafold, they find Graveyard as well, but I think it's still going to be Canada taking a second point here.
I don't know.
Maybe not. No, WetTube's gonna find another pick, so Costa Rica's gonna be able to hold it.
It's Wedge from the high ground, Yodelo from the low, and between the two of them, they're able to put together just enough to halt Canada about 2 meters from their objective. Well played from them as well. They're able to hold through this Nano boost, the self-destruct for the next fight, so you can go for Nano onto the Diva, for example, to hold back a Winston Cycle. A pulse onto Graveyard, though, means that's not even necessary.
As well, there's already 2 picks coming in, and Canada's pretty much already sealed the deal. Well, maybe not, as they still have to deal with these ultimates that are coming in from Costa Rica. 2 minutes to go here, but they're going to be able to push it out, and they're not going to get a touch before the point unlocks for Canada. Second point going in now, and Spooky is super low. Going to get it self-destruct in. Not going to find anyone this time, though. However, they're going to look for are they going to look for the
fishing for the remake? Yeah,
they're doing it.
Tried it.
No. Graveyard takes them down. That's going to be Canada pushing forward.
Yeah, you have to be a little bit prescient with the remake to try and deliberately find frags with it. Unfortunately, this time it's Smidge to react with Spooky, and so send back to spawn a little bit later than you'd like. 3 minutes on the bank. Nano boost probably invested onto Spooky, but not popped just yet. Thrown onto Mbutu, though. See what this Freya can do.
Yes, now, I'm gonna see here as they're already got the DMAC on to Spooky. What? Oh, hello. Oh my goodness.
Benji going.
that's just tough for Benji, man. As now it should just be the third point taken unless there's a last minute contest, which they are going to get that last contest here. Yodel is going to look for an opening. They might be able to take down Seafold. There's going to be an opportunity. They've got the Primal Rage ready to go, and now you can go all in all the time if you're Canada, and that should wrap it up with Spooky getting DMAC. No one's going to be able to touch any longer. Canada takes all 3 points.
Feeling pretty confident if you're Canada. Honestly, closer than it was previously. I think the start on the Giga Cringe comp, honestly, I think kind of maybe not shook Canada, but put them into a state of play where they're not playing as optimally as maybe they could have, or sharing 2 deaths with the exception of Graveyard, who's been the unfortunate target of many a pulse bomb. Yeah, happy with 2 minutes. Honestly, could be worse if you're Costa Rica. You know, I've seen 4 minutes even on this map. Canada, you've got good time for extra innings if you even go there. So both sides, I imagine, happy enough about their performance considering the circumstances. Another thing you're going to be happy about is, again, Mobutu, about 6k damage. The Freya players today have been absolutely on top of things.
And it looks like we're getting some tactics from Costa Rica as Benji is on a mission to turn off Seafull's PC, apparently, according to the the match chat.
I once tried to win a LAN match by getting my opponent really pissed the night before, so he was hungover. It didn't work, but...
Good.
You'll never guess as to why.
They didn't get drunk enough?
Nah.
You got too drunk.
Yeah. Wait, we're doing TP Hog strats, so it's kind of the level right now. Hog's antied and not slept, but 139 HP and a dream means that Spooky barely hangs on to life.
Yeah, so now we're going to see what's the wave, what's the vibe. Are they going to be able to find a pick? As now, we're going to get into this. There's the charge in. They're going to take down one. Benji finds Soul Say. Wait, why is Spooky on Ryan, man? But
I couldn't tell you. I really couldn't tell you.
What's going on, brother?
You get late kill into Mobutu, who's on Hanzo. Weaver here does have a use case. We saw it from Rack Attack in Overwatch League against Ryan. So there is precedent for this. What?
I love when my color caster says what? Seafull's on the Doom. Hey, Seafull Doomfist finding 2 kills already. Now you might be able to find some more here. Punch him out of there. There's the anti-nade coming in, and Spooky is all alone, just spinning to win, but they're not going to be able to win that fight. As how OP is Doomfist?
Listen, I would like to apologize for my loss in composure. I got a little bit surprised seeing a Reinhardt use an enemy life with a petal to attack high ground on Gibraltar. All these kills are back and forth. I don't really know who's winning. I assume Canada. It seems that they do have more red in the kill feed than not. The Seafull going down and closest spawns for Costa Rica means that this Ryan comp is back in business.
The Ryan comp is back in business, baby. And they've definitely got an opportunity here. Nano Boost gonna come in. There's the Tree of Life as well. A lot of ultimates being invested here, but is it going to be enough? The slam comes down onto 3, but no one's gonna fall though. Thanks to the Tree of Life. Still holding it out. Spooky is antied up, taken down, deleted. Seafull now can have full range of motion. As they're going to get in and take down WedTube just like that. Back to spawn they go. A minute 30 to go, and you're going to be able to maybe find Yodello there, and you do. And now you could have used that their ult to get out, but you don't need it in the end.
Yeah, exactly. So short punch around the corner, and all's well in the Canada camp. Hard engaged, by the way. Seafull's playing so aggro on this Doom.
is now going to come in. They're going to slam on the spawn. Seafool trying to get out, and they do as LeBlanca falls. Minute to go here and now, and Mbutu's Riptire does get taken out. As they're going to still try to hold on to this, still try to look for Benji. Did they? They used their ult, but didn't get anything, did they?
Yep.
Okay, so they got trapped up and they weren't able to use their sound barrier. It feels bad, man. 30 seconds to go here, and things are on the up and up for Canada.
Yeah, it's a swap to the Doomfist. The last 30 seconds of play. You do have DPS ults. Maybe a Kitsu can get there in time. You honestly win an ult fight. You just need to get in a position to use them without that happening.
As Yodello is going to fall. Spooky's going to try to touch. 4 seconds to go. Seafool does fall. They've got some pressure on the point. 3 of life is now on the cart, though. Spooky trying to stay alive, trying to steal. Oh, nice hook comes in there now. And the Nano Boost now in from Gorilla on to Mbutu. Has the opportunity for the Riptire, and they're going to look to finish it off here with it, as they do, in fact, find 2. This is all over now. Canada takes the series 2-0.
The Americans scare me, man. If you showed this comp to a rational observer, they'd probably have you institutionalized. Canada show they can do it in serious, and they show they can do it in a more carnival-esque atmosphere, I'll put it that way. Well played from them. I hope both teams had fun.
That's what all
I'm
this
gobsmacked,
matters.
I can't lie. I'm sorry.
He's gobsmacked. He's gobsmacked,
Indeed.
bruv.
Flabbergasted. Bamboozled.
I can't think of anything else. I'm too tired. So thankfully, since we are too tired, we don't have to cast anymore. You get the privilege of having Hunter Tane and Dexatron instead of us. And it'll probably be a lot more coercive than us two, which will be Nicaragua versus Canada and Mexico versus USA, I think, even though it says TBD. But that's we'll take anyone. Before we end it off, let's throw it to the bracket, and then we will say goodbye for us as we pull up the bracket now. There again, Nicaragua versus Canada, Mexico versus USA, and then Costa Rica versus Puerto Rico are in losers round 1. We'll find out their matchups after these next 2 games. Like I said, Hunter Tane and Dexatron will be joining the casting booth instead of us two. That's going to be it for us. We'll see you both. See you all on Sunday. This has been me, Joker's Ransom, him, Spectron. Thank you all for watching. Stick around for more Copa America right after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once more to the Copa America. And hey, we've already had some great action on our hands. 2 games down, but still 2 more to go. Of course, I'm Hunter Tane, joined by Dexatron. And hey, Dex, we got to take a look at every single one of these rosters throughout the last few weeks, breaking down who they are, what they have done in the past, and what they plan to do for the future. And this game right here is one that we were kind of expecting to have. Canada versus Nicaragua, and both of these teams, I think, are 2 sides of the same coin. They just have 2 completely different journeys, and a group of people that you would think would never get the opportunity to face up against each other.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's what's the fun part about this entire tournament here is you're seeing a lot of these teams come together and be able to play a bunch of other teams that might not have the chance to do it here. And hey, you already saw Canada play just before, so they're coming right off the bat of a 2-0 victory over Costa Rica. Now they play Nicaragua here in Nicaragua's first game of this tournament. And Hunter, me and you were going over all the rosters. We only saw Nicaragua with 5 members. They have added a 6th since then, but it's gonna be really, really fun to see this team here as it goes on. Geom, their tank, Navidity and Destiny as their DPS. Flata, Cube Master. I believe the last person right there was the one that got added. I want to make sure I pronounce this name right. Esponyaz. I'm going to say it that way, and I'm probably saying it wrong.
Well, you're giving it an attempt at the end of the day, so that's, hey, that's how you can hope for sometimes. But yeah, the one thing you really cemented when we talked about this roster is with there being so little people, and with the fact that a lot of these members have played on teams previously together, there is a different sense that some of these teams like US, like Canada, don't necessarily bring. It's like it's basically that, for those, it is basically a boiling pot of bringing all these different players from all these different teams. All these players are very familiar with each other. There's a better sense of camaraderie, and that can make a difference, especially when it comes to mentality, to comms, and I think even comfortability on top of that.
Yeah, I mean, you look at 4 of these players on this roster right here. 4 of these players play across 2 different teams, SNK Red and 505 Esports. So again, you're looking at team members that you talked about, having that kind of fluidity, having that kind of cohesiveness coming into it here. And like we kind of talked about when we were breaking down these rosters, that's a good thing for these teams coming in, that they have some, familiarity with each other, but it's also kind of potentially maybe a downside as well, especially if you are scouted a little bit here. You might know what everyone is good with, but here is the Nicaragua roster here again here. And I mean, hey, it's gonna be really fun to see him here. They go up against Canada, who Hunter, me and you talked about potentially being one of the favorites in this tournament, especially when you look at some of the names on this one. We didn't see Razor or Red X in that first round, or in that first game here tonight, but still, this is a very, very stacked roster full of just NA face of Masters players across the board.
Oh, I mean, yeah, 100%. I mean, you take the entire Shikigami Midori tank line within Hero and Seafull, you bring them in. You bring in some experience with OWCS. You get Graveyard in here, which we got to see them earlier on as well. And of course, you have all these amazing DPS players with, whether it's Razor or Victory, Solsei, Amadou. This is a team with a lot of experience overall, a lot of experience playing at the highest level. And to be fair, that is going to do a lot for them in the situation. We saw it do a lot in that previous matchup just there against Costa Rica, and there's a good chance it carries through here. But at the same time, you brought up with Nicaragua how they could be easily scouted. This is the same situation for multiple reasons, honestly. One, because most of these players are pretty well known as to what they play and what styles they tend to gravitate towards. But 2, Nicaragua also just watched these guys play just a few minutes ago, so they definitely have some level of idea as to what they want to run here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you could go just based off what we saw last series and say, like, hey, you could always see Nicaragua, especially with no hero bans coming in here. Again, that's not a part of this tournament. You could really see them always being trying to counter out what we see from Team Canada here. And I feel like that is definitely a strategy you could do, but the moment you start to lose fights or really win fights, you immediately have to deal with, Team Canada making those swaps, and you have to swap. It's just a back and forth thing here. It's going to be really interesting to see how we see Nicaragua come out here, just because they've been sitting in the wings here now for a little bit. And like we've mentioned already a couple times, Canada, you just saw them play only a couple minutes ago. So this team is coming fresh off a 2-0 victory.
Yeah, that's definitely the other part of it here. They are ready to go. They just won that 2-0. They have the momentum. They have more momentum than any team right now because they kind of get to go in this back-to-back situation. They can carry that forward. But at the end of the day,
the thing about this Nicaragua squad is that all credit to them, they are the most unknown out of the 6 teams we have here. And that is not a detriment to them in the situation right there. It means with them being in that situation, Canada doesn't really have the best idea as to what they're going to come out with. And we've seen these teams in the past, even at the highest level, who come out of this compositions that aren't practiced against. And hey, we see it sometimes. It breaks through. It makes something happen. And honestly, today, I think that's a very real possibility.
Oh, absolutely. And like kind of mentioned there a little bit, that a lot of these times when you see these comps you haven't really seen before, teams kind of struggle with it at first, especially even when them running what might be considered a meta comp. It's a moment where you kind of have to look at it as like, what is the other team running? And that's normally something that will hurt you in the long run here. But I think it's still going to be very tough for Nicaragua to get that kind of jump on Canada, considering they just played Costa Rica here only a couple minutes ago. But I mean, this still should be a really, really fun series between these two teams. Again, still first to 2 here, best of 3, unless we somehow get a draw somewhere along the way, Hunter. And I know Prawn doesn't want to hear potentially of best of 4 with the first to 2, but hey, it's an option or a possibility.
Yeah, crazier things have happened, but of course we got to figure out where we're going for all these beautiful maps. We're starting out on Busan. We got Route 66 there as well, and if we need to head over to push, we got Esperanza sitting in the wings. But hey, Busan is a really interesting one to start out with. It's one of those control maps that I say all the time. Every sub point kind of plays its own different way, and if we're going to see a flexibility from both these squads, it's gonna be in this situation right here.
Oh, absolutely. But like you kind of mentioned it, Busan and just in general, almost every kind of control map, you can play different compositions on every map. You could stick with one throughout, or you could, like I said, play a different one on every point. So it's really, really fun going into it, especially going into Busan. First time we're seeing it here tonight. A wide variety of compositions can really be played, especially when you're going into this downtown map right here. Dive is mostly the one you like to see teams gravitate towards because of high grounds are still very important here. But outside that, this is the one map, in my opinion, where you can see a little bit of Widowmaker come out. Yeah, there's still Sanctuary or whatever, the one with the drum on the point it's called, where you could see Widow come out there. But this is definitely one where you could see some sharpshooters come out and find a lot of value here. But coming out the gate, it looks like wrecking balls for both sides. And that honestly kind of surprises me here. But outside that, Cube Master showing us the Wu Yang here. We saw a little bit earlier in the night, but I don't think we really saw Wu Yang at all last series.
Yeah, I don't think we really did either, which is a little bit of a shocker. Wu Yang is still a pretty high pick nowadays, but Flood just goes out the gate, gets rid of Gorilla to start this one out. And I like the way that Canada's trying to play this up top with that Symmetra TP, basically get the high ground for free, and Geom is going to have a really tough time taking it over. But hey, Dex, Q-Master taking care of. Hero is making this work out on the top rope, and it feels like Geom was putting a lot of concentration as Solsei going to close this first fight out.
And right there, Destiny just trying to get out, not going to be able to escape Graveyard. Nicaragua tried to get a point cap there, not going to be able to find anything, but Canada off to a really, really strong start here. And you kind of mentioned it, Hero playing this Symmetra allows a lot more movement ability here from this Canada squad, especially for this DPS line. Solsei wants to get his turrets in spots where Nicaragua will really struggle to really get rid of it, and putting it on these high grounds is going to force swaps out here early on from Nicaragua if they struggle to get rid of the turret.
Yeah, right now you see just trying to hang around, gets rid of somebody, and Geom gets rid of Mobutu, so that does create a pretty big opening, but Nicaragua does have to go and they have to act. That's a little difficult when Destiny is taken care of, so we're back into a 4v4, but to be honest, I mean, you're going to get everyone back in here, but hey, Geom's keeping it alive, trying to keep his going. Hero wants to be able to hold on to this high ground for as long as humanly possible, but again, Geom directly in their face.
Hunter, I always talk about Wrecking Ball compositions coming up being these kind of chaos compositions where everyone's kind of playing on their own, and Geom right here is being a big difference maker for Nicaragua, almost getting the point cap here for themselves right here to get themselves on the board. But Solsei, oh no, the hammer looking for more.
Oh, you can't do him that dirty, and now Geom not long for the world, and DPS gonna have to take the reset here. Destiny trying to get out, live to see another day. It is not gonna happen. Late death coming through here at 60% and counting. Ultimates, though, gonna be highly online for Nicaragua.
Yeah, Na'Vi just jumping off the map right there, probably just to avoid the mines. I like that from them, just to get a quick reset here. But you look at Canada, they still have Molten Core, they still have Coalescence coming up here. But you do see the Tidal Blast coming out here from Q-Master as Flata finds Graveyard. Oh, Hunter, this is looking great for Nicaragua.
Yeah, Gorilla, though, wants to try to pull this one back. Flata is in a really bad spot, unfortunately. He's gonna get hit But it's still a 4v3. Hero might be willing to invest, though, and in fact, 100% is going to have Pulse Bomb thrown out. Not going to be able to knock them back into it, unfortunately, so Hero going to be able to hang around for a little while longer, build a bunch of that charge onto Geom, who pretty much has to go fly away to the hills. This Hero is going to try to go with all that charge, but instead, it's going to be the big investment with the beats on both sides. Nobody done yet, but Geom incredibly low, and now it's down to Destiny with the blade of a lifetime. Needs to come through, already has got rid of one, and Solsei hanging around is taken down as well, but unfortunately, this uphill battle may be becoming too much, and at this stage of the game, Dex, it 100% is.
I mean, Nicaragua certainly did have their chances there to cap that point, but just so close yet so far away. Canada was able to shut them down at every point. But I mean, Hunter, coming into this map here and in this overall series, we were really talking about what we want to see from Nicaragua, as they were the team that, I mean, to be fair, we will kind of said it. We did not know necessarily a lot about. Yeah, I believe me and you have seen Geom around in other leagues. Same thing with Flata and Destiny and QMS. I mean, we've seen them around, but we haven't seen them necessarily together. I think they did show us a decent amount there that they were close to winning team fights against Canada, but it seemed like Canada at times, they were really confident with their play style there. I mean, hell, you just saw Solsei basically just stand there and accept death via the blade. They understood that even with them dying there, that they were probably going to end up winning that point. But now, going over to Mecha Base here, you see swaps already coming out. Really nothing for Nicaragua here, but Canada, almost a full comp swap here. Motoba going over to the Malga. Solsei going over to the legs, and
yep. I do have questions, but I feel like I'm not going to get answers right now.
I don't think it would help.
I don't think so either. And Solsei's going to run for the hills. Does get taken care of. I don't know. We'll find the context out later. We'll get some codes going. Either way, Graveyard getting hit with the Slam Jam, and as we're to see Mobutu get back into the fight, unfortunately, is once again out of the fight. Nicaragua taking their first fight win here, as Hero does manage to TP up to the high ground.
Yeah, but Hero's now in the back line, essentially, and they're going to act as a little bit of a kind of a decoy here, but right now, again, I think right now, Nicaragua's entire composition revolves around how well Geom's doing and how if they are alive or not, because they have been an excellent Wrecking Ball player so far here.
Ooh, yeah. TP out just in time for Hero, who's got some separation. Flata caught it on the wrong place, wrong time. Point starting to tick over as you're going to see a little bit of pressure come through Hero, but Geoma's going to struggle to stay on this point. And the main reason why is because of Hero building that beam charge consistently. And now Nicaragua's got to hit the reset button here, as ult's not quite a factor yet, as Canada's going to start cleaning up.
And they're cleaning up fast here. Geom able to escape back into the spawn here, but the rest of their team dying by the wayside right there. And Canada, they look like they want to touch some spawn doors here, Hunter, but they're going to quickly fall back here. Not to give Nicaragua an opening here, but still, you see the TPs coming out here just to give them time. And okay.
Ooh, yeah, really up in there. Not the place I would want to be, gotta be completely honest with y'all. But Geom's going to go in there and try to finish the job. Obviously, they try to go all in. Hero gets knocked up into the air, so can't get out with the TP. And now you're seeing a lot of pressure in the back here on Solsei. And now they just got to make your way over to the point. Should be able to cap it. Only 38% online. And now 4 ultimates about to be on the table here, including Destiny with that blade that worked out pretty decent last time.
Yeah, and GM not that far away from their own minefield here. I mean, you're going to have a full house of ultimates coming up here for Nicaragua. Well, Canada, because of how they've been playing and the sloppiness of this point, you see Graveyard and Matobu kind of behind. There's the blade out with the Tidal Blast.
Yeah, and now we're 1 for 1 right now. Going to try to slice through Gorilla, who doesn't have the feint back yet. So Destiny, again, trying to clutch up. Unfortunately, doesn't look like it's going to happen. It's a 2v1 situation. Unfortunately, I don't think you're going to be able to take out this Malga as... Ivy just gonna try to get out, but it feels like they're just running for the life at this point.
I mean, that's what they are doing here. Nicaragua gonna have a slight lead before Canada takes it right back. Pretty costly ultimate fight, though, for both sides there, as Nicaragua invested 3 into that fight, and Canada, well, now they're investing their second one here with that Photon Barrier coming out here from Hero pretty early on, probably just to keep him alive. Solsei now with the visor beat out here early on, as Flata only uses it to get themselves out.
But the thing is, it might actually work out. Solsei is in the middle of nowhere. Mobutu decided to put themselves in prison, but Hero's got 1 beam on the 2 beam on the 3 beam. Flip comes through, but it might not matter a whole lot. Geom is hanging around, so can sustain for a really long time on this point. But the problem is that Geom is going to get burnt away slowly, but surely.
And again, I mean, Nicaragua is still staying in this point here pretty well. They're still contesting right now. They're going to take a slight lead, but eventually you're going to have to fall back and reset here, especially with no ultimates online. Graveyard going to be able to find out their counterpart on the other side here. Canada definitely going to be able to take the point back, but Graveyard, you look at that beat they have here. It's going to become very, very valuable as this fight kind of persists here, because you could be looking at final fight territory right now, not only for the point, but for the map here, Hunter. That beat is going to be able to carry them through a lot. You just cannot die to the pulse bomb from Navi here. That's about to be ready. But Destiny, I mean, they have really started to pick it up here lately.
Yeah, no, Destiny's been a standout here so far, but is pretty much getting targeted by Gorilla 24/7 because there's nothing Destiny can really do about that. Vlada in a rough situation now with 95% on the board. We get another touch coming through. It's going to be a big pulse bomb to throw this one back with Graveyard hitting the beat. It's not going to matter a whole lot, as all you can do is throw that pulse bomb out, try to find something. Unfortunately, doesn't happen. And a little bit of tunes for Team Canada as slowly but surely they're going to grind away and take this first point. Oh, maybe. Huh? We're hanging around.
Destiny at least can keep this contest alive here for a moment, but Gorilla, their mortal enemy of this map, going to be able to take them out. Graveyard must have been playing Nickelback right there, but Canada will win our first map of this series here. And, I mean, like I said, they were just come off a good series against Costa Rica, 2-0 victory there, already up 1-0 here. But, Hunter, like I said, like we both said coming into the series, we wanted to find out a little bit about this Nicaraguan squad here, and they really did show us a lot. I think Canada, there was certainly a little bit of sloppiness. I would kind of put more towards being a little bit cocky here at times, but Nicaragua really did take advantage of that and really kept that second point on Mecha Base very, very close because of it.
Yeah, I think 100% they did as well, and we saw the standout from Destiny. That situation goes in, dashes in, realizes they're not going to get anything from the title blast, hits the blade, goes back, manages to hit somebody and take them out, and was able to bring that fight around. Hey, it is just little plays like that that can make a big difference in fights like these. But of course, we're to see how long Team Canada decides to keep playing with fire, because we saw it happen there. And I'm just saying, if another fight would have gone down like that, Nicaragua had a really good chance, I think, of winning that second one and taking us to a third point. But hey, now they got to play from behind, try to bring this one back around. And the question is the strategy going to change up for Route 66?
Route 66, I mean, it could. It really could. People look at this as a poke map, maybe a little bit of a dive map as well, especially with how Geom was playing the Wrecking Ball that first map. I would not be surprised if they decided to stick on it here, especially if you want to disrupt a defensive hold on Big Earls. Wrecking Ball might be the best hero to do that because, like I said, Wrecking Ball is kind of going to a little bit of a chaos comp where you're just there to cause a lot of chaos and then get out with your life, and leaving it the rest of it to your DPS line there. And for that Nicaraguan DPS line we saw, they didn't do a lot. They did do a lot there. I mean, Destiny really picked it up as that map went on there in that first one, but it was really, really good showing from Canada, though, still taking that first one 2-0. But Hunter, I mean, while we still have a couple more games left to go here in the series tonight, there's still time for you guys to play something here. We have our Copa America bingo card here, made by, I believe this was made by William Mundy themselves here. And this is really, really fun. I, unfortunately, kind of been slacking a little bit on keeping up with it. But I mean, right now, I mean, I don't necessarily know if we've seen a Lifeweaver or a Doomfist just yet. I think with that last map was the closest we've been to Battle Torb. Actually, no, we did get Battle Torb last map.
Yeah, we did. We got Battle Torb. We got the Battle Torb. We got that. Have we got? Would we count a Lucio beating only for themselves as a solo ult? Would we count that?
Yes.
I might count that. I would count that.
So here's the thing. I think right now that middle row right there, solo ult, the free space, and technical timeout, those have happened.
Yeah.
Mundy quotes, that's probably happened on Mundy's channel on twitch.tv/William Mundy. That is the Portuguese broadcast. CGL2 is the Spanish broadcast for this. I bet you there has been a Mundy quote in the Mundy stream. So right now we're only an Ajax away from at least a bingo.
Yeah, not trying to curse anything right now. Definitely won't happen. But you never know. I mean, both teams. I have to say, both teams playing Lucio, both teams playing heroes that can stop the Lucio from beating. I'm just saying the chances are higher than 0. And with us going over to Dorado, we'll see if the Lucio stick
not
around.
Dorado.
This looks like this is my Dorado, okay? This is my listen. We played a whole quiz before this. Like we went 30 for 30, and I still come out here and say the wrong map.
Dorado looking a little different here, but coming out of the gate here. I mean, Nicaragua has some time to make some swaps here and some changes because they're on the attacking side. Let's look at Canada. Graveyard showing up here on the Winston.
Yep. Ooh, the Fusion Winston. Ooh.
What's great?
He's got a phone call? Oh. What is this? The Esports Administration?
Quick call. But I mean, other than that, what Canada's kind of showing here right now, I think is I would say almost kind of a traditional kind of comp here for the defensive side. Yeah. Nicaragua, on the other hand, showing us Zenyatta of Zarya. Ooh. I like this comp. It's very aggressive, but that backline is very vulnerable, especially to something like a Winston, like a Genji. So if you're Nicaragua, especially if you're GM, you have to really be playing around your support line because there's not that you have some peel on your DPS line, but you need a lot more help to keep someone like Flata alive on that Zenyatta.
100%, so gotta play a little carefully, but Graveyard is in the exact same case because, hey, if you're Geom and you manage to gather a ton of charts, it's gonna be really difficult to deal with staying in that fight. We see this sleep come out, get deflected away. Nobody down quite yet, though, but Nicaragua is struggling a little bit to get anything done. They're hanging around, but nobody's gone down quite yet, Dex.
Hero and Gorilla were really close right there before getting some health here, and Geo actually on the Zarya is going to be able to get charged pretty easily here, especially from Graveyard and that Tesla cannon. But right now, Canada actually just allowing Nicaragua here to get a decent amount of space, and you see this a lot on the defensive side, but Geo going on the offensive here.
Yeah, I can't say I blame them, but hey, at the end of the day, it looks like it's going to go Team Canada's way, and Geo is trying to get Soul Say, but I mean, Mobutu is still hanging around now over on the support role, by the way. Graveyard is on tank.
Yeah, I was trying to remember, like, did they make a little bit of a swap there? And I should have gone with my gut there, saying yeah, they did. Nicaragua though, Flata, that's exactly what you needed here to get everything jump-started for Nicaragua, especially with Canada playing a little bit up. They immediately have to fall back, and they just lost their hit scan here. So if you're Nicaragua, you should try to play a little bit aggressively here. You will have Transcendence ready to go this fight, so you could see them get very, very aggressive off of it.
Yeah, and Solsay, man, little brave right there, I gotta say. For Solsay, it works out, actually. Staying alive. Has literally 1 health. Is Destiny gonna go for the track down? Again, Destiny has been such a standout so far, and Flata says, nah, bud, I'm not dying this fight. Transcendence comes out, and now this means there's a separation from Cube Master, who eventually gets a bubble, able to survive, and now, hey, a Nano's on the board here. Unfortunately, they're not gonna be able to get one, as again, Destiny trying to bring it back, but unfortunately, it's gonna get hunted down here shortly.
Destiny, though, still alive, and they're getting some support here from Q-Master, who does have the Nano ready to go here, like you kind of mentioned. But hey, that cart almost getting C9'd right there. But Nicaragua, they're now in a spot where they're going to have their entire team come back and a couple big ultimates, but you're not going to have that Transcendence or Flata.
Yeah, and now Graveyard. I was trying to find something with the Primal Rage. It's going to take a little nappy nap for the time being. Geom, close to a grab, is trying to hold on to all that tasty charge. And in fact, they're going to give Geom the Nano. Gonna go in with the grab. The blade comes over from Gorilla as well to try to bring this one back around. Just managed to get rid of one. Hoping to find a second, but gets taken out on the spot. And now Destiny trying to go through. Will get rid of Hero. And now just the cleanup come through on Graveyard. And hey, first point capped away. 3.5 minutes. It may have cost 3 ultimates, but to be fair, Canada ended up using 3 in that long fight too.
Yeah, I mean, if you're in Nicaragua, you're perfectly fine with the even ult trade. You got the point cap. You added a little bit more time, and hey, you could push to that second point. First point on Route 66 is one of those challenging ones. It's sneakily challenging, I will say. Sometimes you see teams roll through it. Other times you see teams just get stonewalled after stonewalled here. And Navi, they have that overclock ready to go here. This DPS line for Nicaragua been impressing me so far here. If Navi finds 1 or 200, I could really see Nicaragua just starting to snowball this map.
Yeah, and I like this right here. Geom eventually just going to body block and force the ult out. Gorilla does take care of Destiny, but the thing at the end of the day is that, hey, they got an ultimate out. They got a little bit of press over on this payload, so it can't be too mad at the end of the day. Geom is going to have to take a reset on all that charge, though.
And honestly, I think you're fine with that. I mean, the team fight was basically over, but right now, though, you don't want to lose Destiny or Flata again, because that's just staggering out a little bit more here. But if you're Nicaragua, if you wanted to make the swap now, would probably be the time to necessarily make the swap over to something else that could shut down this Winston here a little bit. But, I mean, they've proven up to us that they want to stick with this composition here. Hero, though, Visor's ready to go. They're looking for those headshots here, Hunter.
Yeah, and Hero got to run for the hills momentarily, but they're going to go with the aggression, and now You're trying to find something right now, hoping to find maybe
Navi?
one, but unfortunately, Navi's just gonna get forced back into the spawns. Has to step all the way back, as once again, they're basically being spawn held at the very moment.
And like I said, this would be the moment where you make swaps, and I think Nicaragua really has to consider that here. With 2 minutes left to go, you have that opportunity. Navy going over to the Cassidy now instead. I like this a little bit better for them here. And I'm still expecting maybe a couple more swaps from the rest of their team, but I'm just looking at the ultimates. I don't think they want to give up any of the ultimates right now here, Hunter. Canada, though, again, second map of the series, already going for the second map, or second spawn touch as Geom taking a nap.
Taking a nap, and big anti-nade. Oh my god, and now Nano throwing all around the GM, and now here comes the blade from Gorilla, hoping to find at least one. Has gotten the one. Pulling this one back around with 2 more, but Q-Master does get the pick, and now with just 2 more hanging around, even if you end up losing Destiny here, everyone's really low, and Geom decided, nah, that's mine now, mate. I'm taking this away.
And right now, this is a weird split here for Canada. Nicaragua, though, could actually engage them in this fight. Q-Master going to be able to find a hero there. And now, honestly, if you're Nicaragua, leave Mobutu here. Like, there's only so much the Ana can do. I understand why you're trying to get this pick, but I would just say leave him alone here. Get back to the card. Destiny can be able to find them here. But Hunter, look, Nicaragua has 3 ultimates, 3 really big ultimates going into what could be final fight here. You're going to have to deal with this Primal Rage. You're going to have to deal with the rally coming out from Solsei at some point. But you have ultimates right now that you could really combo up here, win a team fight pretty early on, and get the point, but you lose your support line.
I mean, I guess the bright side is that means you don't have to full invest in the situation. You should be able to reset one final time. But, I mean, they're having their life prolonged a little longer, and honestly, I don't think that's what I would run if I'm Geom, and Geom is going to get killed eventually with 20 seconds left. A touch here is honestly a little sketchy.
Part of me, if you're Nicaragua, I would be hoping Q-Master maybe swaps over to Lucio, try to speed your team there. That's not going to happen anymore. Flata pops the Transcendence here, but it's going to be difficult for anyone to get the card now.
Yeah, and it is going to get taken over. And they have somebody to touch in time. They are good right now. Destiny super low, though. Needs to try to hang around a little bit longer. Manages to get a nice little trade out, but they got to get one more touch. Unfortunately, it's not going to come through in time as, hey, still getting close to the second checkpoint. Not bad, all things considered. But at the end of the day, Canada doing a close hold that on Route 66 we don't see a lot. Holding second point spawn on the gas station.
Yeah, it's something you don't see a lot because, honestly, I just don't think the defense teams are really presented that often, that chance to do it. And Canada, they took it. They wanted to get rid of some time of that off that time bank there, because I think if they just let Nicaragua come right back out, they would have had those ultimates they had there at the end a little bit sooner. And Canada knew they were going to be a little bit of an ult disadvantage. But I mean, Nicaragua, they had their opportunities. I really thought they needed to make some swaps during it. But you see the stats here. I mean, yeah, it looks one-sided, but still Nicaragua got through the map pretty well. I mean, almost getting that second point. Like I said, Hunter, that first point on this map, a little bit of a sneaky, challenging point. Either you see teams kind of roll through it, or they're capping it in overtime, much like what Nicaragua almost did. So Canada, I mean, if they struggle out of the first couple minutes here and allow Nicaragua to kind of cycle through ultimates, it's going to be something that's very difficult for Canada to kind of break through here, especially with how a lot of the members in Nicaraguan squad has been playing.
Yeah, 100%. And I'm excited to see what they try to do here in the situation, because obviously running kind of the same thing, but I like you have Flata over on the brig now. Q-Master is going to have a lot more protection. They're going to be able to work together a lot more. And Destiny's still going to have a nano for Blade. Geom is still going to have all the care in the world. The problem is Graveyard is now on the hog, so one hook could end this in a moment. But thankfully for them, Graveyard misses the first one.
I think actually it was Geom's bubble that kind of popped it right there. Geom now needs to be keeping these bubbles alive for all their teammates, but not gonna be able to save Navy, but Destiny gonna be able to trade it out right there. However, I think you'd rather have your support. I mean, you'd rather have your DPS player in than the support for the other team going down, because it's really not gonna slow Canada down that much.
Yeah, but I think it's still most important that you have Geom of all people alive, because again, that bubble can exist, and as long as it's someone like Destiny who can basically get out with the help of that bubble, it can work out nicely. But the problem is, you still have to try to get rid of Graveyard eventually, and it feels like that's the fifth person on the list of prioritization. It's the last person you're going to be able to get rid of here. But Solsei Gorilla have gotten pretty low. You do see the finish off of one, but Geom is taking a ton of pressure. Gonna be able to hang alive as Hero hits the flick, moves up, and now
Yeah, Solstice going to be able to find Destiny out right there to really get everything going here for Team Canada, especially with still having Graveyard up alive here. Look at what it's doing to Nicaragua as they're trying just to force him back. Kumiasa going to be able to find Gorilla. This should slow down the Canucks here just for a brief moment as Nicaragua still does have the majority of their team around here right now. Nano about to be online here for Q-Master. Do they give it over to Destiny? Do they give it over to Navy right now, or do they save it for their Zarya? No, it's going to go over to Destiny right here. No Blade to go with just yet, but they have that bubble here ready to go as they do find Solstice, but you lose Geom. That's not who you want to see fall here if you were Nicaragua, but not Navy. Finding Graveyard, trades going back and forth as Hero. Starting to be the hero here for Canada.
Percent here, got hit with a little EMP on my side of things, but we are here, we are hanging around, and things go good. Now the Hero hits the headshot. And now the struggle as you're coming in, you're going to have a grab, you're going to have a rally, you're going to have a blade. There is an ability to fight back here.
And Graveyard going over to the Winston now. Like I said, honey, you did not really want to give Nicaragua that time. There's that grab coming out here. They need to be able to find one off it. They find one, but they lose the Zarya.
Yeah, and that's devastating. Flawless literally have to go rally on this point to sustain a little while longer, and Canada realizes we don't have to do anything in this situation. Throw it on the Hero just so they don't die. And now Blade coming through from Destiny. It has to come up clutch. It's gotten rid of one. It's trying to cut and dice through. It's gotten rid of two, and now able to help bring it around, but Gorilla's still hanging around, trying to bring them back around. They're sending everything in the kitchen sink to win this fight. And at the end of the day, it's gonna work out. Unfortunately, Geom here too little, too late. As, hey, about 3.5 minutes on the clock. It's what they had before, and Geom wants a little bit of a Torb 1v1 up in here.
Well, Geom cannot pick Torb. But hey, right now, what I'm looking at here is basically Canada and Nicaragua have the same time bank going into the second point. Yeah, Canada had a huge close hold there on their defense side, which we probably won't see from Nicaragua. But right now, if you're Nicaragua, just find a couple picks here, get a team fight to go your way, and Graveyard going back over to this Winston. It has really turned a lot around for Canada because now it's starting to show Nicaragua again. They have a little bit more vulnerable support line here still. Even with Flata over on this Brig, it has worked out a lot better, but still, Q-Master, once they get rid of that sleep dart, is kind of a little bit of a sitting duck if Flata is not next to them.
100%. We've seen how deadly Hero could just be in general on any hero, and apparently Widowmaker's no exception to the rule. Destiny is going to be able to dash away just in time. It's being hunted down, though, taken care of, and now Nicaragua in a bit of a rough situation right now as they're being pushed back further and further as Graveyard goes all in. Doesn't get the Primal Rage in time, though, so, hey, this is still a winnable fight right here. Solstice, though, gets rid of Naveed in this situation. So now, Dex, it's kind of an awkward situation.
It's an awkward situation, but Canada's still pushing the card here. Look how close it is. Only 10 meters away here. Yeah, you lost Graveyard, who's really hoping for that Primal Rage, but still having it now is going to be a lot better for them. Visor's out as I'm going to be able to find one, but Hero still alive, still kicking.
Yeah, now Destiny has to try to clutch up and is doing so, but now Primal Rage as, this is not the place you want to be, Cube Master, not caught in the corner. Taken out. Hero, though, still trying to clutch up, does end up dying after getting rid of Destiny. And now you see the investment come through once again, trying to get this thing going, and it looks like Graveyard will eventually not see the light of day. In fact, actually, Graveyard, no, again, stays alive.
Somehow, some way, but Geom gonna be able to find Solstice as they teleport up there, try to heal Graveyard. Geom finds them out though, but a heavily invested fight there for Nicaragua. 3 ultimates came out, only to the Visor and the Primal Rage on the other side. Solstice gonna have Kitsune Rush here, not that far away. Gorilla also gonna have Blade. So if you're Nicaragua, you're looking to find a team fight win here very, very quickly right now, especially as Canada is starting to do a little bit of a pincer maneuver here, especially with Gorilla on the other side, drawing some attention away.
Yeah, but now the Kitsune Rush could be the death toll coming through here. Geom getting closer and closer to that grab. That could be the thing that turns this back around, but Q-Master has already gone down. Geom needs to find something big with this grab, but still has to wait for the right moment. But there is no good moment because everybody is hanging around in different places, and Destiny once again gets flailed away, and Geom wants to clutch up, doesn't get anything with the grab at this point. Mage be waiting for the yeah, Flata just said, nah, I want to win this game. Nah, I want to hang in here. I want to move on to that next round. And for the time being, it's still alive.
Q-Master going to be able to find Hero here. And right now, Canada, they're going to have the Orbital Ray. They're using it now. They're investing in this one here now, Hunter. They're going to be able to find Q-Master, but Destiny's still holding on to the blade, but you lose your tank.
And now that is a devastating situation because now Destiny has to go with, like, no health with this blade. And by the way, Flat is going to touch one more time. Here it goes, the blade. It's got to be massive. Unfortunately, nobody is anywhere near the vicinity. You're running out of packs to help Destiny out. Rally comes up online, but unfortunately, no one near the point. And hey, Nicaragua, they fought hard, and we can't wait to see them later on tomorrow. But for Canada, they are going to move on to those upper finals.
Yeah, I mean, Nicaragua, they showed us a lot this series. Canada, though, I felt like they always were very confident that they were going to end up coming out on top of this one. But Nicaragua really did make it close at times. Canada, though, just the players coming out here, especially for players from here on the attacking side on this Widowmaker and on the defense side as well, just opened up a lot for them here. Not only in this map, but on the other map as well, on Busan. The DPS lines for both sides really did a lot. I also think the tank line, especially for Canada, who, again, remember, we're different, or the tank players were different from map 1 to map 2. They still were able to do everything they wanted to do and more. It really seemed the back line for Nicaragua, while we talked about being a little bit of a weak point for them, especially being something that wasn't very mobile, still did very good for them. And I'm very impressed with what we saw from this Nicaraguan squad. But Hunter, me and you talked about before this entire tournament started, me and you both thought Canada was the favorites, and right now they still are the favorites.
Definitely still are. We're waiting to see who meets them over down there in those other upper finals, which thankfully we'll be able to check that out here in a minute. But of course, obviously Nicaragua, I can't wait to see them tomorrow, see what they can do. Obviously Canada, we're going to see whether or not they're going to be able to get that match against a USA or not. That'll be decided because, hey, they still have a game against Mexico, which Mexico, the only team that we haven't gotten to see yet.
Yeah, Nicaragua had the bye in round 1. Mexico had the bye in round 2, but we're going to throw it over to a little bit of a break up until that one. But when we come back, we'll have our final series of the night as Mexico takes on the United States.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Copa America and what will be the final match here on day 1. It's going to be an action-packed weekend, but hey, Dex, we're going to be ending this between USA and Mexico teams, which, I mean, just based upon the history, very familiar with each other from everything going on previously in the World Cup, and hey, they get the opportunity to go up against each other here, and while it's traditionally gone in USA's, favor, Mexico is one of those regions that it has a ton to show, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we look at the Mexico roster here right now, I mean, you'll see it here. A lot of names across the lineup here right now. A couple that stand out to us here a little bit. Elemental Guy, Raptor, Phantasma, that DPS line hunter. I recognize a lot of that line here across the teams. I mean, just still a lot of great talent on this team. You have players from Amplify, Anomaly, Scorpius, Elite here across this one here. So a lot of good talent on this Mexican team.
Yeah, there's a ton of great talent across this team. We got to take a really good look at them, and we found out things that it's like, oh my god, we didn't know this. We didn't know this was a thing. And it was, and it's really cool to see how much history there really is with the squad and the players on it. But with that being the case, I'm excited to see what this Mexican squad can do, because we talked before, there were a lot of players that had played together previously as well. And again, we see what that can kind of bring you, because even you watch what Nicaragua could do. Even if they lose that game, you saw what people like Vlada, what Destiny could do in a game like that with that little teamwork camaraderie going in their favor. With Mexico, I think that's amplified even further.
Yeah, and I think they're going to be able to put up a good fight here against the United States here. And hey, when I say put up a good fight, I'm expecting this to be a very, very close series between these two teams. Remember, United States played in the first series of the night. Yeah, they won that 1-2-0, but it's now been about 2.5 hours since they last played their game here, or almost really 3 hours by the time the series gets started here, since they finished that series up. So again, you get really hot playing that series, then you have to cool off for a little bit here. So you might see a little bit of a sluggish squad come out from the United States, but same could be said for Mexico, since they've been waiting in the wings for almost all 3.5 hours that this has been going on.
Yeah, of course, but they got to go against this Team USA, which, while they have been waiting in the wings, they have been sitting, they have been watching, they have probably been preparing, potentially playing a little poker night on Discord, but we don't know these things. But it's another one of those squads that obviously was impressive earlier, is pretty impressive overall, as well as, taking a quick look at that USA roster. While Chain is that only tank, I mean, you have a ton of players on here, whether it is the people that play today that are people from like Iliad Artemis, people that are from Elements of Harmony, Hive Mind even. You still have a ton of people ranging from, you have Emo down mid players in here, you have Ducio in here who plays on Factor X as well, so there is a lot of different players from a lot of different squads.
Yeah, I was gonna say, me and you very familiar with Ducio here, but like you talked about, this entire roster is full of just NA Masters players, and Ducio, who is a South American Masters player as well. The South American Masters champion this past season with Factor X. I mean, a lot of great talent here on this team. Again, we talked about favorites being Canada because they have those OWCS players, but still you have to talk about the USA being in those talks. And still, I think Mexico is going to be able to show us a lot here in this series as well tonight. And hey, you never know, upsets happen. I think if Mexico does come out on top of the series, it would be considered an upset, especially with the amount of talent you do have on this United States roster.
Yeah, I think you definitely have to consider such in this situation right here. We'll see what it's going to be, but of course we have our maps already listed out for this matchup. Busan, again, going to be map to start us out, but of course Gibraltar waiting in the wings, and then if Calcio is needed for map 3, we will go there as well. And Busan, we already got to talk about a lot of Busan and everything that it kind of can offer, but I'll say it once again for fun's sake. It is a map where there is a range of flexibility, where each map has its strong points and I think even its weak points in some ways as well. And while I can say, hey, this is the chance to flexibility, when we watched that previous match with Canada and Nicaragua, there wasn't really a whole lot of swap ups between the first and second rounds.
Well, there was for Canada. Nicaragua really did stick to their guns, and I thought for the most part they looked really good sticking with that Wrecking Ball composition throughout it. All Canada, we saw the Roadhog come out there for a brief moment, or for, I believe, the majority of that second point, which they ended up winning in the end. But, I mean, it was just, I think it was a little bit of aggressive play coming out from Canada that really allowed Nicaragua into that map. Coming into this one here, is the U.S. going to kind of fall in that same thing where they start to play a little bit aggressive, maybe bordering on a little bit cocky here, since they have the talent. They've already won a series here in Mexico. They're going to have to really come into this one here showing us a lot, because much like Nicaragua, how we talked about them maybe being a little bit unknown to us, Mexico right now, not having played a series so far, is also kind of sitting in that area of unknown, even though most of the names on that team are pretty well known.
Yeah, they are pretty well known, and obviously we're not gonna know a ton until we get into this because once again, just like with that Nicaragua squad, we haven't gotten to see them play here today, and they're players that we haven't gotten to see play a lot in other tournaments and other situations. So it's a scenario where I'm really excited to see what we're going to get from the squad here today because it's a situation where you don't know what's gonna happen next. You don't truly know. You can say, oh, it's USA, they're gonna move through. It's never that simple. You can never go in thinking it's going to be that simple. So obviously Busan starting out, we know what we're probably going to get out of USA from everything that we have seen. Maybe a little bit of swapping in there in terms of roles, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's a situation where just like Nicaragua, who almost took advantage of that, I think Mexico has a good chance to do so as well if that's attempted.
Oh, absolutely, as well. I mean, it could definitely be something that we see here, and is the case. Especially though, we kind of talked about a little bit last series going into Busan, and mostly we talked about every series going into control maps, different compositions can come out. We didn't see, I want to say it's called Sanctuary, even though I'm pretty sure it's not called Sanctuary on Busan, where again, hit scans really do have a lot more space there. You could see Widows, Ashe, Hanzo, Freya. I don't think we've seen Freya at all here tonight so far. And then outside of that, tanks, I mean, we saw Wrecking Ball and Roadhog last series. I mean, Wrecking Ball I expect to see, Winston I expect to see, Diva potentially out there as well, Czar. I mean, but outside of that, Ramatra's still available, Orisa. Again, there's no hero ban, so everything's open. So you can see a lot right now, especially with how strong some heroes are, especially on that tank line. You can see a lot of different compositions come out here.
Yeah, you can see a ton, and that's that flexibility that we're really talking about, where you can kind of lean a little more into that comfortability in a situation like this. And even if you do go down, it's a situation where, hey, there's a lower bracket. There is an ability to fight back to make your way back there, and that's what we're going to have for a lot of these teams. And as the bracket is sitting right now, we do know Nicaragua and Puerto Rico are waiting to face each other, so the loser of this game will be going up against Costa Rica, while the winner, of course, has Canada winning in those upper finals. And that lower bracket, I think, is going to be genuinely super exciting. I would be excited to see who manages to get through and potentially gets a rematch against a team like USA or Canada, or in this situation, maybe even Mexico.
Yeah, and all those games are going to happen tomorrow on the same channel, CGL1, CGL2 for the Spanish broadcast, and William Mundy for the Portuguese broadcast for this Copa America tournament. So still a lot more action, still waiting for teams to get readied up here for our final series of the night. But, I mean, we've seen USA play here already once. They won that one. In my opinion, that first point against Costa Rica.
Puerto Rico.
My bad, Puerto Rico was very close, but outside of that, it seemed like they kind of settled into that series and really took control of it after that. Mexico, they have to try to make sure they keep the United States on their toes, in my opinion. Once the U.S. got settled in that first series, like I said, they never really looked back from it and really did not allow the other team back into it here. So if you're Mexico, you always have to be applying some pressure to them here, or else we're going to probably see the exact same thing we saw in the first series of the United States.
Yeah, there's a real possibility of that being the case, and that's what we see from a lot of teams. You come out in that first point, it's usually the most shaky, then that second one or if a third one comes out, usually that's a really good stabilization point, and that's where we see that kind of bounce back come through. But hey, you never know in the situation, because a lot of those scenarios we talk about, that team doesn't actually end up getting that first point, so they can't ever do anything with the momentum that they get. But if Mexico comes out right out the gates, gets that first point, gets that hit of momentum, hey, things could quickly go in their favor. But obviously you could say the exact same thing for USA in the situation. And heck, you could say that about Control in general. I mean, the meme back of the day of San Francisco Shock, they could beat everybody, but they're on Control? Nope. 0-40. 0-40, baby. That's just how it is. Some teams are not good on specific map types, and that's no exception for teams like these based upon their regions.
Season 1 Shanghai Dragons of Control maps.
God.
I mean, no, and I mean, you've seen a lot of people just compare Control maps to just coin flips anyway, even though I think Control is one of the more competitive map types in the game at the moment. But I mean, still waiting for teams to get ready up here right now. But I mean, we've seen the U.S. here. What do you necessarily want to see from Mexico in this series, Hunter?
I want to see mainly a level of comfortability from this squad in a game like this, because obviously it can be in the situation maybe a little daunting. Oh, we got to go up against USA or Canada or whatever have you may, but you need to be able to go into this game feeling comfortable as you can, because even if you do take this loss, I think this is a squad that can go down to that lower bracket and make a good run to get a rematch. Obviously, you want to make it through and you want to face against Canada and be able to sit there waiting in the grand finals for your opponent. But in the scenario that we're in, I think this is a squad that can do a lot, but they need to go into this game and also learn a lot from this game as well. And I think they're very capable of doing such, but USA obviously is not going to take that lying down.
Oh no, absolutely not. And like we already mentioned, I mean, you look at the teams that this USA squad has on their the face of teams that this US squad has on it. Elements of Harmony, Emote Down Mid, Amplify, Hive Mind, Factor X, Iliad, Artemis, all incredible teams. I mean, this is essentially the dream team without having OWCS players on it for this US squad. But coming out of the gate, we're going to be heading to a point we saw last series and vastly different from what we saw already. Mexico going to be sticking with that wrecking ball. And you know what? I don't hate it. I really liked it last series for both teams. On the other side though, USA showing us the Zarya composition. And that's something that we started to see a little bit more towards the end of this map last time around, where, Canada really started to pick it up a little bit, just being able to shut down that wrecking ball. Not with Zarya, but with Symmetra. You don't see Sim coming out here for the US as they're playing really, I would say this is a kind of a safe comp, one that you would really expect to see here.
Yeah, and I actually really like it from both squads. I gotta be honest here. With USA, I think they could play a little bit safer, but Lei, unfortunately, is going to be one of those people that's going to get caught out with a comp like this. This Elemental guy currently sitting at 1 health, and might be able to live to tell the tale and live for the next fight, obviously, as USA going to be able to start strong. As for Mexico, they never really got a proper fight going.
And now they really didn't right now, but they can punish Temp here, but Temp's going to be able to just escape with their life here and find Elemental guy, and Batu falls as well.
Yeah, tried to chase and got punished for it, unfortunately. Raptor should be able to get out alive, and I'll be also going to go back to the spawn room as Raptor, actually not going to say Paincare, being super aggressive. And to be fair, Paincare has been a really, really tough player overall.
I mean, Paincare, we've seen Paincare in a lot of Faceit seasons already. They are an incredible player, and one that if you allow them to get hot, they're going to be very, very difficult to shut down, especially on this Trace here. Temp, though, already has a Deadeye ready to go here, and if you're Mexico, you're looking for some way to get in here. You're kind of looking at Mauve to find just a pile drive leading to something else there, and hey, you'll take Paincare just walking into a train.
We hyped them up, and then they jump into the train, but we'll see if that's the opening Mexico is going to need, because Cinder Rush thrown out there by USA, trying to make their way back into this fight. As Elemental guy does manage to help assassinate Temp, and for the moment, Elemental go to decide, no, this is our point. We're going to take this one away, and with Chain going down, that's 100% going to be the case, as Paincare holding on to that Pulse Bomb and is definitely going to be able to take the reset. So 63% on the board, and the bright side is, hey, if you're Mexico, you don't got to deal with the Kitsune Rush.
And what did I talk about before we saw Paincare just get hit by the train there? You really need Mauve to find something there to open it up. Mauve actually rolled Paincare not into the train, but put them into a spot where they try to blink away and they walk themselves into the train there. It opened up a lot for Mexico there. Now Mexico, 4 ultimates ready to go, almost 5. The Blade coming out here pretty early on the back line there, already being able to find 2.
Yeah, gonna clean up, or see someone try to go for that little back cab. Unfortunately for Paincare, not gonna happen. Is gonna be able to potentially escape. Recall might have to be hit, but actually grabs the Mega Health Pack, but unfortunately can't get it. Good assassination, and for the time being, Mexico definitely holding their own here.
Yeah, and Mexico, they only invested the Blade. Granted, the Blade didn't find any picks, but it led to opening picks right there, forcing the U.S. to fall back. U.S., so they still have a beat. They still have both their DPS ultimates, but the minefield out here early on to split up the U.S. there. I love the play.
Yep, beats being used as well. Consider rush out. USA willing to invest a lot here and trying to find something. Unfortunately, no one down. In fact, Solozen goes down first and foremost. Melv is going to be able to get a little bit of care. Has to back out momentarily. And an Elemental guy is making sure to stay 6 feet away constantly from Chain. And for the time being, it's working out beautifully.
U.S. kind of doing a soft reset here. Temp going to be able to keep themselves alive because of that bubble, but they will immediately lose their life right there. Mexico, though, has taken the lead, but you're going to see U.S. here slowly rotate now into a better spot with their ultimates. However, Mob trying to do what they can. Chain, though, going to be able to find Elemental guy, and the point flips.
Yeah, I thought Mob, barely got on a touch, but unfortunately not the case. So now one more fight, and the problem is you have a grab, and you have absolutely nothing to counter it.
Yeah, that's what I was saying right there. Mexico, they really have no ultimates as the U.S. is starting to rotate back into theirs. You talked about Pulse Bomb and Grab coming out at the same time. Not finding anything just yet, Hunter, but they are all in one spot.
Yeah, and the bright side is this ends pretty quickly, so if Raptor can get out, there's 100% going to be a reset here. But instead, they go and run for the assassination. Now, Vatu is pretty much going to have a beeline for the point. Hope that that Lucio parkour works out. Unfortunately, it's not going to, as Mao gets one punch, and unfortunately, it's not enough. 176, though. Mexico fighting back, unfortunately, just didn't have the ults to counter the grab when it mattered the most.
Mexico heavily invested into the last fight they won there. They invested 3 big ultimates, and they were never really able to build them back up. Side note, if you're looking for the Doom Fist on the bingo card, there it is, and there it goes. But Mexico, they showed us a lot there, and really it all came off the back of, well, I'm going to say it was more Mauve bowling Pain Care into the train. And that opened up a lot for Mexico. All they needed was that one slight advantage, and look at what they took that and ran with it. Almost kind of flipping that point on the US's head right there. Mexico looked really strong there. But once the US got back control of the point there, and especially with those ultimates, it was going to be very, very rough for that Mexican squad to really come back into it here. No big swaps, though, it seems, for really either side here at the moment, as you do see Mauve go back over to the Wrecking Ball here.
We see Painker almost get assassinated from the side by Mauve, but now instead we're going to move in. Nice little boop onto Chain, put them in a really awkward position. Unfortunately, no one really able to take care of business, as Elemental Guy should have been dead. Somehow isn't, and Temp is going to clean house. And unfortunately, Elemental Guy, wrong place, wrong time. And first point going to be capped by USA and Mexico. I think are going to struggle a little more with this comp on a map like this.
Yeah, I mean, I would sometimes point to it being a little bit more close quarters would work out a little bit better for the Wrecking Ball, but it's just a little bit difficult to find those grappling spots. Pancake can be able to find their counterpart on the other side right there, and now US, I think they're doing what they need to do here. They need to be pushing up. They need to be forcing Mexico to kind of make these like very momentary decisions here, putting them on their toes, but Mexico just going straight to point instead, going to force USA to rotate back towards it.
Yeah, that's what you want to do. You want them to play out in the open like this. It gives you the best shot possible. The problem is, Mauve is going to have to go and grab that mega health pack to get back into this fight quickly. You saw shields had to be used there as Temp already online with the ultimate, but Shane unfortunately has gone down, so now the chances of surviving this have gone down severely, but Temp has plenty of care online as Pain Care hoping to hang on to the point, but eventually goes for the chase, doesn't get the chase, and in fact, has nobody to shoot anymore.
The Deadeye, though, going to be able to find one here, and if Mexico, they needed to find that. They need to find that trade there very quickly to even up everything, especially as you do see Chain come back in, and US trying to get a quick point flip here.
Yeah, now you're going to see bodies hanging up on the top rope, wants to stall for as long as possible, but as a matter of fact, last stall right now is Mauve, who, at this point, this is going to be the definition of stall, to hang around the high ground. Unfortunately, only 22% as late deaths potentially coming through, but actually late gets out momentarily. Doesn't make it out, though.
So close hit, so far away, and Lake staying alive there would have been huge to them, especially as you look at Mexico here. They would have had almost all 5 ultimates ready to go here, while US already investing a couple here. Pain Care is coming up on their second pulse bomb already, and the United States, at least Chain, touching the spawn doors here.
Yeah, both beats got to come out, which means free grab online for Chain momentarily. I think Chain is going to get this and then try to throw it back, but Pulse Bomb helps take them out, so now Grab not online anymore, but it might not matter. Temp and Pain Care coming up big time, and unfortunately with the Pulse Bomb being thrown out, does miss, but I don't think it's going to matter a whole lot, as now Elemental Guy is going to hit a reset, and Chain can just walk back and hit this grab and potentially just end this right here.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you're Mexico, you really need to have that fight end very quickly there, or somehow come out on top of it, because you are in final fight territory right now. You have no beat to get yourself through, and like you talked about, that grab coming out from Chain, going to be the only ultimate they have here for a brief moment for 10 builds up to their own Deadeye, but it looks like Mob is at least going to proc the overtime, while the rest of their team might be trapped.
Where did Chain throw that grab, by the way? This is a very real question.
Right there.
Oh, well, there it is. Did not find the receipts as Mauve in a rid of an awkward position. Manages to get solos in anyway, as the point flip should be coming through momentarily as Pain Care hits the recall, but doesn't get another touch. So 24% and counting now as USA one fight away from pulling this back. But hey, I mean, if you're Mexico, yeah, Elemental Guy with the grab. Temp does have a Deadeye, but to be fair, I mean, you're keeping pace with everything else.
you're keeping pace with everything else. Raptors going to have the pulse on the same time as Pain Care does. And right now, if you're Mexico, you want to win these fights quickly, not allowing Chain to really build up to another grab here. The grab that Chain threw out there, I understand why they used the way they did. They were trying to prevent any more touches, but it just didn't work out for how they wanted to. But Temp, say goodbye to the blade here. And is that the final gas of air here for Mexico in this map?
Well, gotta make sure no one goes down the dead eye. No one goes down, so I was gonna say momentary reprieve coming through, but now point that comes through. Raptors gonna have to go and touch one more time to get back here. Boop comes through, and unfortunately, it's gonna be enough to put an end to this one. USA takes the 2-0 here, and hey, at the end of the day, I think it was still a great fight back for Mexico. I think they did a good job. Unfortunately, it was a situation where Pain Care and Temp just are super aggressive players. And on top of that, Chain as well. Remember, this is Temp and Chain. This is Elements of Harmony. This is the team that just won the last stage of NA Master here for Face It League. So these are players with a lot of experience that have faced some of the best in North America.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that DPS line there for USA was doing a lot. And like you also mentioned, Chain was doing exactly what you want that Zarya to do. Playing aggressively with the rest of their team, but also not just using bubbles at the worst time. Because remember, Chain was the only one that touched spawn doors. They were able to almost get out of that before they were the first ones to fall. But their DPS line really cleaned up for them, allowing Chain to come back in almost essentially for free, holding on that grab, which both me and you thought could have been something that would have won them that map. And the grab, maybe a little bit of a dud there towards the end, but hey, the U.S. still comes out on top here and is one map win away from moving on to face Canada in the winners final.
Yeah, 100%. It's becoming a real possibility here, but Mexico still has the ability to fight back, try to make this their own. And hey, I think the chance is very much still alive in this situation. I think Mexico found themselves a lot of strong points in that previous outing. And to be fair, I like the ball comp they're running. I don't really have a problem with it. I think Elemental Guy is doing a really good job over on the Genji. I think the fact that you're continuing to run the ball, I don't think that's a problem whatsoever. I think it's working out great. I think it's constantly catching out the support line. I think the biggest issue is that Chain is finding Elemental Guy a lot, and Elemental Guy is forced to get out, and Temp every single time manages to follow up.
Yeah, absolutely. But hey, heading over to Watchpoint Gibraltar again, this based off what we saw in that first map does lean a little bit towards Mexico, but US again, they have a couple good tank players on the roster. They can definitely have someone come in, but I know Chain, I think they're a very flexible tank. They can play dive tanks here if they want to play it. It's going to be something very difficult here for, I think, Mexico to break through, because I believe in the United States' first game, they played Watchpoint. They played it pretty well. If I remember correctly, I'm pretty confident that US did play Watchpoint in their first series of the night. But I mean, Mexico, they showed us a lot there on that first map. They're going to be attacking here first, and it looks like we're going to have Dot coming in here for him.
And I am happy to see
support.
This is going to be really interesting. So yeah, definitely some changes around Zip over on Freya right now. Now on the support. But I think yeah, and I think interesting as well. USA is this is gonna be interesting. I like a Duck of Quack being in this situation, Social as well, and they're playing this close comp with the Rhine and the May, and this could get very painful because they're basically just be playing for the underpass, really.
Duck and Quack or Quebster back out here for the first time. I think for the first time tonight. I don't think Quebster played in their first series here, but right now we're seeing Freya for the first time, I believe, as well. But I think this is exactly what we saw US do in their first series of the night. They basically just bunkered down here and made it almost a living hell for the longest time before we saw something break through here. But it looks like Mexico is trying to figure out how to attack this as well.
Yeah, you see Josh kind of jumped up to the high ground and said, "There's nobody here. What do we do?" And all you can do is go into this first fight and try to burn it away and basically just keep burning away Chain Shield, try to make it a little bit easier. But I think Mexico is going to have to realize that they're going to have to make an adjustment in this situation, because no one in this comp can go in there and just find a pick with the circumstances at hand.
I mean, you already see Lei make a quick swap over here over to the Kiriko, but Quests are going to be able to find Raptor out here. Not necessarily the start you're looking for Mexico, but with a quick team fight loss here, you might actually be able to go back to the spawn here and really make a quick change here. You still have over 2 minutes on the timeback, so this would be the time to do it, especially as the U.S. is essentially locked into this comp for, at this point, what would be the first point.
Yeah, but Mexico is currently sticking to their guns. We'll see if they decide to do anything else with. I mean, this is a situation where you come up with something like a Ramatra, like an Orisa as well. You could throw a bunch of spam in there, whether that's with like a Junkrat or Pharah, Reaper. There is a lot of options here, but Mexico thinks they could still break through, and they're going to give it another try.
I like this play here for Mexico. They have it a split setup with that DPS line coming from the backside, trying to get rid of Chain, trying to get rid of some utility from the other side here. But if you're Mexico, you need to find a pick because that's what really got them going last map.
Ooh.
Dragons though.
Yeah, Dodge gonna get momentarily. Nice sleep to burn a little bit more. Chain is getting kind of low, but unfortunately there's a shatter nearby. And it could be directly thrown in the face. Duck on Quack gets hit with the anti, though. It could be what they need to get through here. Shatter's online. It comes through. It's going to catch onto 2 people. But unfortunately, it's not going to result in anything. In Mexico, they stick to their guns. And momentarily, it's going to work out. But Paincare's going to get rid of 2, 3. What? Buddy, foul.
Okay.
You can't do this. And now Pancare slow. Oh, gets taken up by Lei, though. So Lei is going to be able to get some progress. But unfortunately, there's a brick wall awaiting Lei as Kitsune just thrown out.
Yeah, but Don is back! Not fighting too! What is these last couple fights?
I don't get it anymore. What is Overwatch? And now you have to get another touch here. Chain could just get pushed away from it, by the way. I'm surprised you don't see Dodge going super aggro. Is going to eat the pin as Chain is going to get eliminated. You see the freeze come up online. No one actually getting frozen as Dodge going to be able to ult to get out of it. And now everyone is cornered away, forced away, separated. Pancare eventually taken care of. And that's going to be first point done and dusted momentarily as Duck and Quack trying to get back in there. Unfortunately, it's only momentary as 3.5 minutes on the clock. And Chain is still, hanging around.
And I think at this point, the Ryan is probably over here for Team USA. Chain... Respectful, well played here, but I believe Chain would probably swap off the Ryan now. They could stick on it. I think this is a really good point for Ryan if you do really force it into it. But no, Doomfist. So again, if you missed it earlier, here's your Doomfist for the bingo card. But social fighting zip out is not what Mexico want here, especially as they're starting to find a little bit of momentum there.
Yeah, and Dodge in a rough situation, super low bubble already used, and now like go aggro. Get rid of Malv, and now Lei and the rest of the squad gonna have to take a little bit of a reset here. Nice stick on the Lei, literally no health. Managed to take the reset though as Chain, yeah, it's just gonna keep the all-out aggression here.
And I mean, again, this is really working out for Team USA here. Solo's going to be able to find one, but Dot finds a quick trade right there. Chain, though, we saw this a little bit last map as well, where they were trying to just be a little bit of a distraction. It worked out for them there, but losing Chain, Pancare, though, again, this USA squad, when you lose one, there's still 3 or 4 other members on the team here that you still have to really worry about. And you look at the USA right now, going to have 3 ultimates ready to go. Same thing could be said for Mexico, as they're about to have 4 here, but you really need to have something of a reset here.
Yeah, and resets aren't really a thing in this entire round so far, but it might have to be with Pancare getting rid of 2, so USA, again, going to hold on 2 minutes still on the clock, double support ultimate sitting by for both squads here. Difference is, Duck and Quack is back and is now on the Widowmaker.
I mean, we saw this in the last series where Widow really did make a big difference. And still, if you can find headshots, it's going to be a lot here for Team USA. Pancare, though, yeah, it's a headshot. Pulse pistols, but still, it still counts.
Yeah, Leia's down first, now thrown on to Dot, who's going to run down and try to solo a Duck and Quack, who breaks the ankles of poor unfortunate Duck, and now Chain going to get ulted and eventually will be taken care of, so hey, that's going to work out, but the problem is Pancare, again, is just finding pick after pick, and it's making it impossible to really get in and break through.
Pancare is the kryptonite right now for this Team Mexico squad, because if they have been able to find Pancare out in a lot of these team fights early on, I think the second point would already be capped here. Dot finally going to be able to find Quack there. Pancare will fall, so this gives Team Mexico here the best opportunity here to really cap this second point. Yeah, you still have Chain alive with that Meteor Strike ready to go, but you're walking into a really, really tough situation here.
Yeah, going for the big punch, finds it directly onto Lei, and now we're at the 4v4. Dodge is going to try to go in 99%, doesn't get the primal in time, and I think without that being the case, this fight could be as done as it can be, and yeah, that's what it'll be. You're gonna, Zip hanging around the point, just going to hang around like a chill guy. Unfortunately, not long for the world.
I mean, right now, though, Zip does have this bullet shot ready to go. They're doing a good job of actually staggering them out. Zip, though, dies right there. Dot gonna be able to come back in, does have Primal Rage, but at this point I think you're kind of just waiting for Zip to come back, and Chain still has this Meteor Strike for safety, and they're gonna use it right now. It doesn't necessarily matter as USA is finding all the picks. And Hunter, at this point, I don't know if Mexico is gonna be able to come back and get a touch.
Nah, literally Dutch has to have to roll out of the Century, but it's just not gonna happen. And hey, they get it really close. Unfortunately, it's the same thing with Nicaragua. They eventually break through, they get some momentum, and then the DPS, like Painkiller, just keep finding shot after shot after shot. Honestly, if we go, we check these stats, it would not surprise me in the slightest if Painkiller had the most elims in the lobby. Not at all.
It won't surprise me, most elims, maybe most damage as well. They seem to be doing almost anything there and almost being uncontested. I mean, you see the stats here.
Yeah.
Painkiller, 17 elims, not the most damage, but still, like, it's just an insane kind of round there from them, as I believe them on their own was the biggest reason why Mexico really started to slow down. Yeah, you could talk about the Doomfist coming out there for Team USA from Chain, but I think Painkiller just being able to find picks in that backline was a much bigger problem for Team Mexico. And remember, once they started to get that cart rolling again in that second point, it was because they found Painkiller out to really open up a lot for them here. Mexico now needs to figure out how they do that on the attacking, on the defensive side here to slow down Painkiller, because you do not want them to take over the map, especially though with Chain still there. Like you can slow down one. Are you gonna be able to slow down the rest of this Team USA squad?
Yeah, 100%. So we'll see what Mexico's gonna be able to do here for their own defense, and it's definitely a pretty simple defense here, honestly. I got the On a Break coming back online, Dodge on the Diva, and Seven Raptor hoping to make something happen with the Freya and the Tracer. But for USA, I mean, I don't know. I think they threw darts at a dartboard, and this is the result of said thing. But Painkiller got to TP everyone over to the high ground. In fact, they're going to go super aggro, and the big anti-nade to start it out.
And this is exactly what you need if you're Mexico, just a quick team fight to go your way. And yeah, Dot finds 3 right there. Solo Zen, though, finding Zip, I think is a little bit of a bigger pick than what a lot of people think. That's a lot of burst damage out pretty early on, and you're not going to see the U.S. do that same strat here again, as Chain now going over to the Roadhog here. But, well, there's the headshot from Duck on Quack, or Quepster.
Yeah, just, yeah, a nice little pull. Not going to do anything, but, yeah.
And another one.
Oh, my God. Okay, we need to keep track. You gotta make a list.
Well, that's 3. But right now, I mean, after what was a really good first fight there for Team Mexico, I wouldn't really even call it a fight. It was just a rampage by the United States. It didn't go anywhere here. You get a couple picks there from Quebster, and everything opens up. And now look, this card already at this first point, and Dot does have mech ready to go, but they're kind of just talking to Chain here at the moment.
Yeah, you see right now is hey. Still trying to hang around, gets it with the deflect, 15 health. Can't be hunted down. That was unfortunately Dotch likely not going to be able to remech. Chain is looking for the other hook. Not even necessary at the end of the day. First point is already capped as just having a little bit of fun right now, but Zip and Raptor have gotten picks. It's just not going to matter a whole lot here as the point capped and spawns super close by.
One thing that was kind of missed through all that right there was that Dot actually got, I believe, hooked out of their remech. They had that remech ready to go for a long time. I believe they got hooked out of it for the first time there. Smart plays by USA here. 5 minutes on the clock to basically get this second point here, but Mexico, they have some ultimates coming up here. Same thing could be said for the U.S. as Quepster already popping the vibes here, allowing their team to see where everyone on Mexico is.
100%, and here is the mech gone. Solo Zen is gone though, so no follow-up, and Raptor Zip pulling this back around, but again, Quebster is keeping this alive every single time, and Chain hanging around, and eventually Raptor finally gonna slay the king, as Chain gonna have to get out, take the reset as Mexico, actually, nope, Chain is still there.
Okay. That's what you need right there for if you're Mexico. You need to get Chain back into the spawn. Even if it meant that you kind of had to give up a little bit of that stagger you're truly looking for, you just needed to have a moment where you can completely reset here, especially with yourself coming up with the 4 ultimates and USA about to have 4 ultimates. This could be a pretty heavy ult fight here, but hey, Social is put to sleep, both literally, metaphorically, and in the sense of being alive.
Raptor again doing a fantastic job keeping this going, but still, Dex, it's 3.5 minutes on the clock. Ton of ultimates about to be online here. Chain, it could just be one hook to send this Inquiry down. Imagine if that hits on the Malv or Zip, where they can't really do anything to defend themselves.
Hey, but right now, Hunter, I'm looking at this right now for Mexico. Already 2 minutes off that time bank from USA here, and this is exactly what you need. USA has only been able to push halfway up to this point. You still have ultimates on your side, and Paycare used the pulse bomb, not finding anything. But the Raptor, here comes the Nano Blade.
Yeah, man, it's going to jump back up, is going to catch unsuspecting Solo Zen, and now all you can do, Interquebster, is hide, run for the hills, but Raptor is going to find you anyway, as they'll take the reset. Zip does go down, which with Painkiller, that means Painkiller is going to get out scot-free.
Got to give it up to Raptor there for really respecting the fact that they were scared that Duck and Quack was going to be able to headshot them in that small space. But Mexico, that's a 2 ultimate fight right there. You take that every time. Rally coming out here from Social. They're not going to be able to get much value from that here as Mexico Hunters slowly starting to crawl their way back into this map.
Yep, and you see a little bit of pressure on that point as Chain, hoping to find the hook from the high ground, and has to eventually just take the back out, take the reset. But yeah, if you're Mexico, you got a real shot in this thing to keep this thing going. And to be fair, they still have a bolo shot and a self-destruct if needed be.
Yeah, and just holding on to those 2 ultimates here is going to allow Raptor, Moth to build back up to their ultimates here. Solazan does have that damage ready to go here, but if you're USA, you're looking for a little bit more here, and you're kind of looking at Pain Care because we were, let's be honest, we were glazing them a little bit hard coming into this round here, and they've kind of been quiet for the most part.
Yeah, bomb of all time. Bomb of all time. Good anti, though, honestly. Caused them to slow down momentarily, but Zip, the one person with an ultimate, is now dead. Malv has to run for the hills. Eventually going to go down as now, unfortunately, if you're Dodge, you have to run for the hills as well. Yep. Lay, of all people, managed to get rid of Quebster. I don't know how you managed that one, as Dodge is somehow still in mech.
You do have Lay up there trying to give him whatever heals they can right now. Zip, though, going to be able to throw out that bullet on the Social. That's exactly who you need to find there.
Yeah, but now it's falling apart one by one. It's got to be mega clutch time here. Dodge needs to remech, but it's not going to happen when you're hooked. And unfortunately, that could be a Raptor is going to get burnt away. And now with Lay gone, Canada, you will see USA in the upper finals as they will move on. And Mexico will drop down to the lower bracket. Going to have themselves a nice game against Costa Rica.
Hey, a really good showing here from Mexico, but US, like we kind of talked about, they had probably the stronger roster coming in this one here, but Mexico just surely gave them a little bit of a fight here. And I mean, this car wash hold here from them was really fun to watch up until even when it got broke. I think when Mexico broke, it was probably one of the more chaotic fights that we saw throughout this entire series, probably one of the more chaotic fights of the entire night. And Mexico, they planned it really well. They had that split kind of formation going up there where they had 3 members go to the backside of the valley while they had the tank right there taking attention away and put Chain to an awkward spot where they're trying to decide, do I look at the DPS line or do I look at the Winston staring at me and shooting me? And it was just one where you could kind of tell right there that US was going to end up losing that fight. But in the end, USA comes out on top because of a great second point hold right there and a first point attack where they were just kind of able to roll through after what was a fight, I guess you want to call it, coming out of the gate. I like the strategy. I like the plan. I've seen it work before, but it seemed like Mexico was just a little bit more prepared for that there. But Mexico was really close there. I thought they were so close. One fight away, I believe, from really putting into a situation where US was going to have to rush into some stuff. And throughout the entire series, I thought when Mexico did that, they would normally were coming out on top.
Yeah, no, I think Mexico did a lot of amazing things here today. I think they found a level of comfortability that I was hoping to see here today. And it gives me confidence for them in that lower bracket because inevitably one of those teams is going to have a rematch against USA or Canada. But unfortunately, it's only going to be one that's going to have that opportunity, as obviously we'll take a relook at that bracket. Obviously, USA, Canada win both their games here today, and now losers rounds tomorrow for Mexico, Costa Rica, and then Nicaragua and Puerto Rico, which I am personally excited for each and every one of these here today. And I mean, just out of the 3 decks, for everything that we've seen, everything we have known after today, what are you looking forward to the most?
I mean, you could stare at that Canada-US game and saying like, hey, that's probably going to be the best game tomorrow. But I'm actually looking at Nicaragua and Puerto Rico. Both me and you were very highly in Puerto Rico coming into this entire tournament, and we had question marks around Nicaragua. Nicaragua really showed us a lot here tonight against Canada, and at points I thought Nicaragua was actually going to be able to take a map off of that Canadian team. I think that one in that lower bracket is going to be really fun. I think both those games in the lower bracket are going to be insanely fun, insanely close as well. Even though we had nothing but 2-0s today, I feel like tomorrow is going to be vastly different. I'm going to say it now, Hunter. I don't think we have a sweep tomorrow at all.
Oh, that is a bold prediction. I don't know what kind of money lands on that one, but I'll put down for it. But
let's not bet.
We're not betting here. There's no betting here. We don't allow betting. But I agree with you. I think these games could be really exciting. I think it feels like every game could go either way. Mm-hmm. And that's not an easy thing to look at a bracket and say in a situation. But I like the fact that we're able to sit here and be like, I genuinely don't know who's going to win these games. And maybe as casters, it's like, well, maybe we should know who's going to win. But to be honest, I think it's better that we don't.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think, like I kind of said, you look at that Canada-US game tomorrow in that upper bracket finals, and you look at that as probably a lot of people would expect to be a preview of the grand finals. I'm not going to say that, though. I think one of those teams in that lower bracket is going to be able to make a little bit of a run here and potentially surprise and get a huge upset in that lower bracket finals. But hey, that's a lot. That is far, far away. A couple of days away, actually. The action tomorrow, though, Hunter, that's going to be something that no one is going to want to miss.
Yeah, no, I'm super excited for everything tomorrow, everything that we're going to be able to do. I believe we'll be bringing it down to 3 teams tomorrow. Going to be going through a lot of that lower bracket as well as those upper bracket finals as well. But Dex, you said it yourself, that is for a different day for tomorrow, and it's going to be a really long one tomorrow at that as we'll be switching to first to threes. So going to be a long day for our lovely prod team. Speaking of our lovely prod team, of course, big shout out in this situation for, XYBA putting this whole thing on. Group Senju, who has been a phenomenal help and honestly phenomenal at putting together these tournaments for, everything from. There are so many to name, honestly. I could write down a list. I will make a list next time, quite honestly. But they have been doing a fantastic job between Senju, William Mundy. They have been phenomenal and have put on so many amazing tournaments, and this one is right up with the best of them so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, we'll be back tomorrow. English-speaking broadcast here on CGL1, Spanish-speaking broadcast on CGL2, and the Portuguese-speaking broadcast on William Mundy's channel here on Twitch. Again, thank you everyone for coming out here tonight to watch all the Copa America action. Make sure you tune back in tomorrow for those lower bracket games and that winners final. You are not going to want to miss them. But until then, hope you have a good night, and we'll see you tomorrow night.